back. We're back. Alright, today is update day. Update's out. Update is out. We are going to be reading the update. Apparently, I got a sneak peek because I just checked it, and apparently we have a developer preview for the animation graph stuff, which is sick. But, I think I'm back now for good. At least, you know, be more productive while we wait for the Twitch appeal. So, as I've said before, I'm saying this for the VOD because these VODs now are going to be public. And I don't do this because I hate these people. I do it out of a necessity. I am no longer providing support to anyone who is French. I don't do it because I hate French people. I do it because the people that have been fucking with me are French and they don't speak English basically at all. So I'm no longer doing this, I guess I've done it a few times, the translate to, you know, translating what people are saying to help. The damn overlay fucked up. How's it going, Mads? What's up with the thumbnail? Why did that fuck up? It's supposed to just be... Is it not, it's supposed to be this? I don't have a thumbnail set. It's just supposed to be what you see. I'm good, man. Also, there's gonna be no Terry for a little bit. I've got some stuff I need to do. To unfuck the Terry stuff. Uh-oh. But I'm gonna move forward like nothing happened. So there's some stuff I need to do, Terry's side, to prevent people from joining and abusing and allowing me to actually like effectively IP ban. How's it going, Mondongo? Update is out. We're about to read it. I'm just trying to make sure everything's like working and good. Oh yeah, we don't look at that. It's the wrong tab. Good thoughts only. Good thoughts only. Where is... But I'm doing good. Doing better. Coming back normal stream, I think, now. A normal, Let me make sure this sends. Did it send? It did send. Nice. I can use this chat. Okay. But we have update though. So the day's goal, other than me having to maybe step away before. Hold on. Let me go. Okay. There's some stuff I need to do. Let me go grab. This would be on my channel. Yeah, it's absolutely fine to share a game once you're done. Absolutely. What's up with this? Why is it doing this now? I wanted it to be no thumbnail, but it's using the default background thing. Is it because I've not been live long enough to give it a thumbnail? Like I wanted like an auto-gen one like what these have, because I'm lazy. Stream settings, edit. Yeah, there's no thumbnails. It will, okay, it will unfuck itself eventually. It's because I've been live long enough, I think. It'll unbreak itself, that's fine. So, s&box update just happened. I will turn this off for the sake of audio. So, oh, actually, hold on, let me unmess up literally everything. Everything's broken. But Terry, for the moment, is offline. Not because he's broken, only because I've got some stuff to do. Like, I need to, I'm gonna piggyback off Cloudflare a little bit. On some stuff. There's some, the thing that's success, though, is there's no, I don't think I can do this. I'm pretty sure this thing I'm about to mention is actually a paid Cloudflare feature. I wanted to be able to add country codes and be able to filter countries out of connecting. Not that this is like a good solution to any problem that I'm having. I don't like filtering whole countries or whole languages or whole whatever, but I mean, oh my god, is this free? Apparently there's a checkbox here to add visitor location editors. I don't know if this is free or not. But apparently there's a checkbox here to add visitor location, so I might just be able to piggyback off Cloudflare. For well, I mean, I already am, but the one problem is there is no VPN detection stuff in Cloudflare, which I'm gonna look into. There's a few free services that I might take advantage of for specifically people connecting to Terry. I don't necessarily care if somebody uses a VPN on the site, but we've got some moderation stuff to build up. Which is fine, given, I mean, I don't hate building this stuff. But we have a new update. 22nd of July. I guess I'm gonna start now. Screw it. This week's improvements brings improvements to mapping tools, bug fixes, and our first developer preview of the Anim Graph 2. And Layla opens it up with the Animation Graph 2 talk here, which is I'm going to look into today a little bit because this looked fun. We've released the first version of Animation Graph 2 into a separate branch on Steam this week. We invite developers to try it out and provide feedback in its early stages. You can get access by switching to the Animation Graph 2 branch. Oh, he doesn't talk about anything here? He just says go to the damn branch? Layla, what are you doing? There's gonna be some cool stuff. You had some things showing. Whatever. Set game object bounds by Carson. You can now make box colliders instantly fill the bounds of an attached game object. This can be done via the button. What do you mean, fill the bounds? Box collider. Do you mean like... Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that's so nice. That is very nice, actually. I don't know if you can see what happens here, but when you add the box collider to a thing that's already existing, it doesn't auto snap to the bounds of the thing. There's a button now. That's really nice. Little tiny quality improvements. Edge loop cut, bro. The mapping tools, man, they are really committed to the mapping tools. Now, I don't hate the mapping tools. You can now do loop cuts with the edge cut tool. Oh, like proper loop cuts. Yeah, that's nice. Selection balance toggle by back scratch. There's now more information to give you. You can see the edge length for text distance. Edge path extrude. You can now extrude a selected edge along another edge, allowing for quick trims. You can now extrude a selected edge along another edge. Whoa. Okay. That's not how I would describe that. But that's kind of sick. I would have described that as like a I don't even know how to describe it. I would use the word profile somewhere in the word salad. Still, that's kind of neat. They're really trying to make the mapping tools actually good. Find and replace materials. Oh, okay, that's nice. Steam input compatibility. Ever since we moved to SDL3 for gamepad inputs, we've advised users to turn off Steam input where possible. This isn't necessary anymore because controllers should get recognized property with Steam input enabled. Nice. Object pivot. You can now set the pivot of objects. Objects with bounds keep the bounds with the same. Wait, what do you mean objects with pivot? How do you? Oh, the mapping tools. Okay. Okay. I don't know how it worked before. Because I mean, you could set this before, but what was the Oh, I see. You can now set the pivot of objects. Objects with bounds will keep the bounds in the same place, but move the origin. So, am I understanding this correctly? You can move either off pivot or off of origin, or off of bounds or origin. If that's not what if that's me misunderstanding it, then it kind of looks like that's what he's doing. Or maybe not. I don't know. No, that's not what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Custom code editors by TJ. I'm calling him TJ because fucking Al said his name was TJ, so whatever. I guess there's TJ in his name. We don't want to support 50 VS Code forks individually, so the more pragmatic option is allowing you to set your editor through its executable. You can now do that. Oh my god. Vim time, baby, or probably not. I don't know how this would all work, but setting the executable here is pretty smart. And having the args for this. Actually, you know what? It might be the Neo Vim potential. Whatever. So joystick dead zone. We've added a new setting to your controller. Ability to modify the joystick dead zone. Payfully is hard coded at 12.5%. Alright, well, there's a dead zone now. Solid week, if not a little small. A few of our programmers are out at industry events this week, so it had as expected. Getting animation to after developer a big focus right now. We said hop on the branch and gives feedback into. So this is where like he's right. It is kind of a light, but it also depends on the animation graph stuff, which I want to look into. That is today. Actually, this might be the weakest in number of raw features, though if you're big into the mapping tools, this might be the biggest update actually. So I want to change this to be on the Animation Graph 2 branch. Because this has potential to be sick as fuck. Though, is there any documentation on Animation Graph 2? Any fucking idea? I don't think there's any idea. I don't know. Rendering, naming conventions, physics, game out. There's nothing here. Where the hell's the animation graph? Just go empty, whatever. I'm curious though. Reminds me, change it to this before I forget. Also, I want to do a quick little API search because I've been meaning to check this. Is there anything in the API for? Is there anything that pops up for UV or like because Unity makes this easy. I don't know if there's a way to do this. Now, when I say this, this is going to sound like, oh my god, he's trying to make a clone of the game everybody's making a clone of. And actually, no. That was louder than normal, I feel like. My audio fucked up. Oh, it is a little high. I mean, this is. I'm gonna have to do it by hand. Damn it, I think. So, Animation Graph 2, how even? Is there any, do we have any, like, resources for this? Is this any feedback here, Layla? Or am I just here expected to, shit myself? Some feedback on this would be very nice. I've expected. That's fair. I'll give you that. I shouldn't expect anything else other than to shit myself for, say it is the 22nd, yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna start manually doing. Oh my god, I did the wrong. No, that's the right thing. It's pretty easy though. Okay, but if it's easy. No auto resetting bull is kind of rough. Is there any docs? None? Damn, man. Not even like a collage of like Discord like message ass shit. The docs are in the animation graph itself. Wait, how do you? Wait, hold on. So I'm how I get started. Tools animation, thank you. Anim graph editor. So wait, I was. Oh yeah, it's true. We're here. We're back. Yeah, streamy. I think we're gonna be regular for the front. So wait, hold on. So I thought. So what? I'm confused. That's the wrong one. That's the one you told me to do. Am I not in the right version? Animation graph editor. Anim goo. Goo. He's so funny. Ah, okay. 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 I'm seeing the vision. I'm already pogged up. You know what this means? Now this is, you guys might not be seeing what I'm seeing. This here means, now typically, I don't know if you guys have realized this. I don't know if anyone here has made editor tools before. We don't talk, I'm closing the damn appeals tab, okay? Because I'm actually gonna be so depressed if these fucking... Catch my fucking tongue. No acknowledging them. And just it's so tilting, man. I'm pulling the thing up. For various reasons, I'm doing a lot of opening my browsers on other tabs. But in the editor here, though, there is I think it's an editor app. Editor apps are apps that run in the editor. They generally have their own window and sometimes used to edit specific types of assets. Examples of editor apps are the shader graph material editor and model editor. And this is how you make one. And I, just from looking at this, already know this is using the same editor window. Which means this whole UI is most likely built in C#. I highly doubt they did any C++ for the Qt bullshit that's happening here. Which means, if we go to GitHub, my guess is there'll be a branch that contains is there no branch? I don't know if there's a branch. Uh, I'm being trolled. It doesn't matter, okay? It's all C# side, okay? Everything here is based off what Layla said in some Discord messages. Sandbox Discord. Everything is C#. Meaning, I'm pretty sure, can interact with this through whatever the fuck. And also, I've made a project called the Final Site Project. We'll open the solution as your tools. Okay, true. I'm also going to be working on some personal site stuff as a kind of a requirement to I'm like the English right now. What was it? The 100-Year War was the 100-Year War between like Englishmen, or is that between the French? I forget which was the one that was between the internal wars with the English, and which one was against France. Oh my god, Lumi is in YouTube chat. 100. I think it's the 100-year war. Whatever the fuck. We're in True. The do editor. I forgot about the do editor. Animation. I assume it's the animation graph tools because the animation graph, the other one isn't exposed. Yeah, look at all this stuff. Yeah, look. If we go to window and we go to window.cs, you can see here it is a editor app, like I was saying before. The title of AnimGoo, window, doc window, I asset editor, and it's got all the stuff here. Everything in the animation graph is done in C#. Unlike the other animation graph that was done through Valve's C++ stuff. Now, to be fair, I don't know how this works. Have they just rebuilt the animation graph from the ground up? Or are they tying into, like, a new version of animation graph, but exposing it C# side? I can't imagine they built it from the ground up, right? I'd imagine this is like some kind of tie-in to the Valve version 2 animation graph that happened with Counter-Strike 2. Or a newer version of Counter-Strike 2 and all the animations broke. I guess. This is sick, though. Okay, so hold on. Let me recenter here. So we have animation graph here. Then we got Terry. All right, now Terry's got all these animations and whatever the hell. What can we do with him? Let's make his. Can we like make him do something? Is there a way to preview? I don't think there's a way to preview these animations. A dab, there we go. And let's just plop it out into the. Oh, it's got some sauce in here. Look at that. Holy. Okay. Interesting. All right. I'm seeing it. Do they have a version? Have they went to the effort of making a Terry that's in the animation graph 2 yet? I assume no, because it's still. So the idle pose default, is this animated or a single frame? So no. Okay, I would argue that this is backwards. I'm moving my mouse right to go to. I guess this makes sense. I was expecting an orbit when I did this. But I guess left click's an orbit. You see, like, doing this and this, like, these two motions that I'm doing right now, I'm moving my mouse to the right, and I'm orbiting clockwise. Now I'm going to move my mouse to the right, and I'm moving to the right, which means I'm moving counterclockwise relative to the where I start. It's minor. It's very minor. Love this funky. I mean, it's a little goofy. Ooh, it actually shows. Is it because it shows that it's playing or that it's connected? Oh, it just shows that it's added. You can see referenced animations in your graph. So, how do we get him to walk? Okay. Let's build up a little walk animation. Walk. This can't be that hard, right? Walk east, walk north. Or the patch is it's a light patch because apparently everybody's out of events. Apparently they're at like, I don't know what events are like happening right now. Like, But yeah, no, the Animation Graph 2 is out in developer preview. You can play around with it in the Animation Graph 2 branch under properties, versions and betas. It is entirely C Sharp, from what I can tell. Like, or at least all of the interface and all the way you interact with it, I think can all be done through C Sharp. From what I've seen, from what what's his name's talked about, Layla just talk about in the Discord. So I think it's neat. Is this the Valve? I don't have a clue. I could see, this is where I'm confused on like the blend space. Like this might, there's a chance. What the fuck? Why are they doing this stuff by? I don't know. I have no clue if this is behind, like in the like behind everything. If you strip all the bullshit away, this is just Valve stuff, or if they're building something from the ground up. I don't know. That would require somebody looking through the code of the animation graph here and seeing. I mean, just looking at the blend space here, like they're actually calculating the weights C# side, which I feel like if this was a behind the scene thing done in like some C++ DLL or whatever the fuck that they're referencing, this code wouldn't exist here. But maybe there's a reason for that particular code to exist. The question is, I don't know if this is Valve or if this is just their own system based on what Valve does. Or like inspired or whatever the hell. I don't actually have a single fucking clue. Create tree. This seems. I don't know. The editor and all the windows and stuff are all 100% C++. Esoteric engine? Oh. I've seen that reference before. See, this is good. Can you hear the new layout for the, can you enable the new layout for the editor tool, though? The new layout for the editor tool. The new layout. I mean, you can yeah, this is it. You can, it's the normal Qt-based editor thing, like all the other editor windows, you can do the same shit you can do in all those. So they're all like windowed whatever the hell. Oh, not the editor. Oh. Editor tool. You're talking about... Oh yeah, that was last week. I've not really done a whole lot in s&box. I've just done I've not really done a whole lot of anything productive. I'm not sure which I'm not sure which thing you're talking about. I'd have to think. So I do know, though. I do know. You can do some of this stuff that we're seeing here programmatically. Now, I don't know if you'll be able to compile stuff programmatically. Oh, no, back it up. Oh, okay. I haven't looked, so... Yeah, so north... East... Let's just get these in. And then, no, that's crouch walk, you fucking idiot. What are you doing? South, and then west. And then let's just get it all lined up nice and pretty. And then now I need, northwest. Southwest. southeast, and northeast. And this should be all the animations that I need to make him walk. Okay. Now the question is how the hell do I go about doing this? How do I get a... see, this is where I already didn't really know the animation graph, so this is gonna be a struggle. Well, I knew it a little bit, but I think I can figure this out. So, is there the ability to create... be a blend? A 2D blend, I think, is what we need? Oh my god, it's got a whole ass triangle in here. Wait, if I double click, oh, interesting. Okay, all right. I don't... Whoa, wait a minute, do I... Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the animation graph in, like the Source 2 animation graph was already in some ways similar to what Unity did. It was different enough that it was hard for me to figure out. But like the idea of everything was the same. You're just fancy state machine. So I need... No, hold on, these animations... These walk animations, are these... What does the citizen animation currently look like? Right now, nothing has changed. I think with the current citizen animation stuff, it's still using the old animation graph stuff. And there is no thing... There's... I'm having a stroke. There's nothing built right now using this. Actually, I know what to do. How did they do it in the normal? Oh my god, what an icon. Let me go... I don't know if this is what you meant for me to do. But actually, you gave me the idea to do this. That I should go to the animation graph of the old one and see how the hell they did the core locomotion. What did they do? Standing movement animations. Now this was a blend space for a 2D walk and run. Okay, you're not going to open. Now, what did they do here? This is a 2D blend space. Okay, that's got a bunch of ligma or something in it. I don't know. How do I get it to do this? There's a bunch of clips and a bunch of parameters and a bunch. Okay. So they did use a 2D blend space. So that means I'm like not scared. We got this. Oh my god, I'm understanding what's happening here. I understand. It's the same UI. Now the thing here is that this needs to be like not between 0 and 2 and 1 and -1. I need to be dead centered on -1 to 1, I think. Which is fine, but I'm pretty sure I need a... Hold on, let me just look. I gotta look. How do they lay this out exactly? That's sprint, that's run, that's fast walk. Okay, so we don't care about all these other flavors of whatever. We just want to do some points. So how do I add more points? Oh, add point. Oh my god. Oh, how do I... There we go. That's how I move a point. Okay, okay, okay. So you're telling me if I go and I place this point roughly right, which needs to be here, then maybe here? Oh, no, it needs to be like... So assuming... Hold on. Let's do it like this. Here, and then... Well, like here? But like, you gotta go like here? Alright, so... How am I supposed to align this? I'm just gonna do this thing. Kitty, chill. So hold on. Take this, and take this. We'll figure this out. So get them as perfect as we can. This, and then this. And then we want you to be exactly one on you, but to be... Well, no, not exactly one here. We want you to be... We want 1.5? Wait, no, we want it to be on 0. Where's the 0 point? Oh my god. Can I select? I don't think I can select. Hold on. I gotta figure this out. 0. Okay. I've lost the plot. North, south, east, and west. It's very simple. Okay? North. South. East. West. Alright. And then 0.5s on the intersections. Does this snap to like... Okay, no. It definitely does do some snapping. -1. Let's just make sure this is all perfect. Here in half an hour, I'll have to step away for a minute, though. I won't be gone for that long. Okay, so we have a blend tree of all these points, which I should rename them, yeah? North, south, east. Is the idle in the middle not? Ooh, it might. Actually, you're right. I think it is needed because it is over here. True. Yeah. Good catch. North, south, east, west, northwest, northeast, southeast, southwest. Idle. All right, we got our diamond here. Now, when they did it, they didn't do it like... They made it a circle. This looks more circular, and mine looks more boxy. Now, there's probably a reason for that. That I don't quite know why. My guess is that it maybe blends better. Oh, the kitty's fine. But this should work, though. I think. But yeah, the middle should be needed. Oh yeah, walk. Maybe. True. Let me see how they do it over here. I think how this is. I think it's just the parameter is this little like orange dot. I think is the parameter. I think it has to be. So I don't think. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna. Okay, this is gonna fail horribly. I want to see if this will work. So if we go north and we place north here, we go north, south, east, east, west. Fuck the intermediates for the moment. And we save. Make sure it saves. And then we back up and we make sure this goes to output. I might have to be back a second. Hold on. I don't know yet. I'll find out in a second. I've not got a no preview yet. Cute. Come here, my little kitty. I hear you, kitty. So I feel like I'm doing something incorrectly. That's what I feel like's happening. Loop. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Kitty, you gotta chill the hell out. How's it going, Square? Animation Graph 2 is out in a preview branch, the Animation Graph 2 branch on Steam. And that's what I'm dicking around with right now. Now, I already didn't know how this worked. Not really. So, like, we're in for a horrible time. A vector... Wait, hold on. How does... It'd probably be easier to just give like an X and a Y as two separate. Yeah. It feels... This feels more similar to what I've seen in other engines. Why are you... Why do you have a little popper out thing? Oh my god, it's working. How do I, it's working, but like why don't this one have a little fancy thing? Where's my slider on this one? Gary, where's my slider? Ooh, look at him go. Baby steps. Edit. Oh. Adds a named value calculated inside this graph. Oh. Okay, you smart, Al. You smart. You smart. You smart. He's used this before, clearly. Now there's a problem. He's doing little tippy taps. He's doing little tippy taps. That's not a. That's not normal. Tippy taps. Okay, so it's not blending. You can hold on. If we look at this graph here, you can see. The annoying part here is that this isn't adjustable and previewable in the damn thing, or at least I don't know how to make it so. But you can see it here. Now this is sick that we can see the damn tree in like what the parameter is. You can see that it doesn't animate until it's past the halfway point, and then it works like you expect it to when it's all the way there. And obviously Northeast doesn't have an animation. North does the same thing. The compile log. I mean, there's like the Northeast stuff's not connected, but is this why I mean, if the idle doesn't have a huh. So let's give this the idle pose of default. Oh, there we go. That looks normal. I think. Oh, so yeah, this being at like 7.5 I think is important. This being at 7.5, I think it being a circle is important. You see how it like smoothly goes between now and there's no. That's not like a good circle. That's like a fucked circle. Okay, let's actually fill all these in. Because I'm pretty sure this is about to just work. So northeast, northwest, southwest, southeast. And I'm pretty sure this shit's about to just work. Yeah, look. Oh my god, it's working. Fuck you. Why aren't you working? The reference broke or something? Ooh, -1, true. But yeah, it works it works negatively as well. It's just we're only viewing the top right corner. Okay. So, it should be possible. Okay, call me crazy, but this should be a fully functioning graph. Now, do we have the ability to place this on Terry right now? Like, no problem? Like, if I was to go bloopity bloop, Terry? And we go to here, and we go to... Oh, there's an animation graph for animation graph 2. Ooh, fancy. All right. Now, obviously, he's not gonna do nothing. All right, look, he's just kind of floating around. But. Okay, if we make a new component, it's called player. Fuck it. We should be able to feed the animation graph 2 or I guess it'd be model renderer. What we gotta feed? And if we go just target animation graph 2 dot, now hold on, I wanted to look through this a little bit. This is the animation graph 2 and there's the parameters and the name, but allegedly there is some stuff you can do to do the graph programmatically and be able to like create an eval. Maybe I don't even know the extent. All right, that's why I want to look into it. But target.set x be equal to. Let me just go input dot analog move. I'm pretty sure if we just go analog move dot x. And we do analog move dot y. And we make sure that this is wired up. Yeah, might want to help to. I'm out of practice, is what I am. Okay, good one. And then we connect you to you, and then we hit play, and oh my god, look at that! It's all the inputs are backwards, but it's working. It's doing it. Oh my god, where's the Y key? Y and X. Let's swap these around. And then X needs to be negated. Or Y needs, but this one needs to be negated. Hey, there we go. I mean, he can still sprint, and it looks weird, but look at that. It's working. Now, there is no blending in between states here. He just, like, hard stops. And he hard transitions, which is a problem. Now, that's a problem. Now, I don't know how to do that. In the old animation graph, did these just have, was this built into the blend space? I don't know. But loop is looping part of the, is looping a problem? Should it not loop or should it loop? Let's make it go straight north. I don't know if, I just feel like this is really weird. Also graph events. Graph event ID is fired when this clip plays. Nice. Okay, okay. So I don't know how to do the lerping from the old to the new. Without just being a monkey about it. Yeah, that's the monkey thing I was talking about. um the old did specifically like lerping between one animation state to another when they change. Like what we really need and what's not happening right now is that this value is being hard set like this. And you can see he's like snap. Like if I move it fast enough, he like snaps to the next one. But in reality, we want the either the parameter to be like kind of like smoothed in, or we want what would be the easiest way to handle this? I think it'd be the easiest way to handle it would be the monkey play with the lerping of the input like this. But that doesn't feel very animation-y graph. I feel like there's a animation graph approach for this. Animation. The new animation stuff for s&box came out. Well, no, it's not out, but it's in preview. And I'm lost in it. Yeah, there has to be a specific. There's got to be something for the. See, my thinking is there's a. Custom character, not the citizen? Yeah, you can do custom characters. It's just, right now, I don't have, like, any other half-decent characters with a bunch of animations already made. Like, I need to lerp... I need to go from here to here, but smoothly. And then from here to, like, here. I need to, like, basically move... I need to move like I'm moving. Let's take... I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I guess there has to be a thing for this. If we take this, is there... there's gotta be a node. There's gotta be a node. Blend 1D velocity. Blend synchronized animation clips along... Wait, what is... Blends synchronized animation clips along a one-dimensional axis derived automatically from each clip's average root motion speed. When driving locomotion clips from a desired movement speed without assigning blend values manually. Values tab. Wait, values. Yeah, true. Look at... Oh, yeah, look at this. Curve clamp. Spring? Ease? Holy shit. Wait just a minute. Give me some of this. Literally fuck something up again. Uh, uh, I feel like something's breaking. Now, to be fair, we are in a preview of this, but I feel like something's breaking with little references here. No, look! I'm spamming back and forth, and it looks normal. It looks exactly right. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh, that's nice. I mean, it's using the same graph as the shader graph, so I'm not surprised. Now the thing that I want to look into. So we got walking working. Now, Layla, whatever the fuck his name is, he showed off that you can actually do some of this stuff through code, and I think you might actually be able to construct an animation. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not done. Okay. How do we do this? Potentially through code entirely. Sorry, we're a little distracted. Eventually I want to step away for a minute, but it's fine. The animation graph. How do I mean, my thinking would be if there was going to be something, it would be in here. Now, obviously, my thinking is this is like some compiled animation graph, whatever the fuck that we can't fuck with. But what if Animation Graph 2 Builder provides the ability to generate animation graph at runtime, a new instance. Okay. Wait, this is sick. Hold on. There's nothing here. Wait, no, I didn't go new. Of our, I've lost my damn mind. Oh my god. Um. Link between two nodes. Build space. Interesting. This gives you ability to be can I just give it like values? I don't think I can. Can I just like give it null? I don't know. I'm just trying to see. Oh, hold on. Just give me the error. I don't care. This gives us a animation graph 2. No. This gives us a what? Oh my god. Kitty, stop it. Blend Space 2D Builder. Okay, so blend. Come here. Come here. Oh yeah, you want attention. How's it going, DMs? Kitty, come here. Here, lay down. Say hi. Yeah, come say hi. Oh yeah. Precious, you gotta chill. You gotta chill, kitty. You gotta chill. So Blend Space 2D Builder var. We don't care. B dot. Now play a source. Okay, so here there's a position 2 and a node. Play source when the parameters are up. Oh, bro, you can just do everything. Everything. There's no. Okay, so literally I'm convinced now. There might be a few things that they've. Well, actually, it depends. But it's going good, man. Everything that we can do in this graph, I'm pretty sure you can do in code. Which is kind of wild, actually. Hey, don't tell that to the... Don't say that to the subreddit. They'll lose their mind. Oh wait, you mean Unity 7 actually came out? I read what you said wrong. What the fuck is... Oh my god, they finally did it? Grow and monetize smarter? Can you give me an example of how they've improved? A cool demo of hot loading? It's about time they catch up to the current decade. Good one. Had a game open on the phone. True. Don't you have phones? Is this like released like proper? HDRP and URP merged into a unified pipeline? Curl CLR? Dots being used by the editor? They just announced it? Efficiently handles millions. So this is a big update then. Because if they were rewriting the hierarchy to utilize dots, how the fuck are they not fucking everything up for everybody. Kitty, shush. Interesting. See, now this is neat. Now, what about web builds? Because this is like the only reason I would ever use fucking Unity right now. Web builds are the only reason. The only value that fucking this shit has for me right now. Outside of like some specific like stuff. Kitty, you gotta chill, okay? Come on. Oh, it's working now. Wait, the preview's working. So everything that in the animation graph can be done makes you constipated. True. This is I mean, the walk looks normal, though we're missing all of the Terry normal stuff. Like there is no attack. There's no. There's also probably no blinking. Yeah, he's just like angry face. Interesting. Wait, animation graph 2 seems like it's fucking like. Okay, again, I don't know anything. Is this like basically finished and they're like just trying to get the bugs out for next week's release? Because this is actually, how is Unity's version? Have they like did they go the Epic route and they just like MIT licensed their version control? Because that would be sick. It's actually fucked up that it's so fucked up. Why is Unreal like why is like all the new stuff in Unreal or the stuff that Epic does like not that they do everything good, you know? But I feel like they like I got kind of shafted here. Where like Unity is like the default it's like my natural fucking or it's where I started. It's like my natural fucking like space. But everything they do is just like fucking them. To be fair, this update might actually be like a slight return to form of them not being stupid, but in at least last time I checked, I thought their fucking version control was fucking. It was previously plat. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it would like bottom out, right? It's just like the what Epic did with what was it called? No, it was something dumb. It was some dumb name, like Journey or Note or something. I forget the fucking name of it. What? I'll be back a second. Sorry, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I'm not. Okay, I'm not dead. Don't freak out. I told you guys I had to walk away. It was a little late. Sorry. Back to animation graph stuff. All right. This stuff is sick though. Like, no? Am I the only one that finds it weird or finds it nice that you can just like animation graph builder and just go like build a whole creates an animation graph with a root producing the final pose. Yeah, right there was just the create button. I think this creates it returns an animation graph too. So yeah, this has got to be. Yeah, the French got me. So wait, was there anything? What? Oh, hold on, am I missing? Make sure I'm not missing anything big in the update. Else, because animation graph 2 stuff is sick. It is so cool. But at the same time, joystick stuff, yeah, I don't care. To be fair, there's a lot of really cool looking changes for the mapping tools. All right, the mapping tools are getting better every week. The fucking no, they're not the Blender people. The Hammer people are mad, but also fuck the Hammer people because I don't like Hammer. So we're good. This is sick though. The animation graph is sick. Like, is this not sick? I think it's sick. Now, to be fair, I gotta actually building like a proper thing here though. It's gonna be kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, I know what I was gonna do now. I was gonna do a thing. I was gonna do graph events. Can I make this true? I should. But hold on, I want to see if I can get an event when we're walking. Oh my god. Gary, you're crashing. Gary. And add runs, yeah, I know. I could expand it and like make it like I can make it like something or whatever. Okay, stop fucking dicking around. Kitty, why are you digging in your food? I just don't think the graph of it is going to work the way I think. It's like, what happens in a graph like this? Is it like going to always play if you're moving slightly north? Okay, let's make another tree. Now the thing here, okay, now the problem here, so we're gonna do this right, because we got this. But we only do this with the upper body, yeah? Isn't there like a bone mask or something? That scares me. Okay, bone mask is psychotic. We're not doing that one. Layer blend. Oh yeah, it's this. Kitties. Stop being stupid. Thank you, cat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Pick that up. Thank you, kitty. I hate this cat. Come here, say hi. No, stop it. Stop being a demon. That's a nice hug. It's a nice hug. I know, I love you. Okay. Now stop being mean to beans or whatever you're doing. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 So how do I don't okay, hold on. This is what we do, we cheat. When we don't know what to do, you cheat. Or you ask AI, one of the two. I know, Precious, use a good kitty. Kitty, you gonna chill? Meow. 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 I know. Poor kitty. Pledge animations. Bone mask parameter? See, like, we're in agreement. But the problem is, with the bone mask is, do you see how many bones are in this bitch? A layer blend. Okay, so see, he's right that like a layer is the play. But the problem here is how the fuck do I bone mask this without having to put in every damn bone? Can I just type the word torso? Hold on, is there a bone? Kitty, you knock that over and I'll be very mad. Stop it. T. It's like, we can definitely like have a list. Oh, there's a few masks here. This just feels gross. I know. Kitty, I know. Oh, is there an only upper body in the list? I see the. Oh, you're fucking genius, is what you are. For some reason, it keeps breaking. Mm-hmm. So I broke it. I bugged it. Well, I did it. Oh, he's fucking, look at him go. Okay, so this is kind of neat. Now, on walking, how difficult would it be? Can you attach an on input press so the animate so how what's driving this right now? Sorry, Terry didn't get saved, so I've got to unfuck Terry. So what's driving this right now is we come back down in here and we add in the, I gotta unfuck this because it didn't save. Player. And we target this. And we go down here and we make sure that this is using our animation graph 2. So you can see here, he's standing here doing all stupid stuff, but WASD does drive it. So, how that, sorry. So we're doing this is what's driving the walking animation. Just like how you would drive stuff in the normal animation graph, I just have it called XY. But what we need to do now, if you wanted to like hit that, all I do is go target dot set tab input the dot down attack 1. Now this is going to break because there is no graph in there. To use events. True. But if we add a control parameter of a bool and call this dab, and then what we got to do now, would it make? Well, no. To be fair, I could control the weight. Like I can control the weight through a parameter so that we could like adjust it like this. And that might be the better way of handling it. Um, yeah, I'm just gonna do that. true. That is a problem. Well, maybe not. Actually, I don't think that's a problem. Now, maybe I'm naive here, but it doesn't. Now, I'm just going off of what the visuals I'm seeing on the screen are, all right, and taking this as basically like we're going off vibes here. But this doesn't appear to play if the weight's 0, and it only starts playing if the weight is non-zero. So it is possible that the layer weight checks don't actually evaluate any of this stuff unless the weight isn't in the range. So that actually might not be a problem. Because this doesn't seem to be doing anything until I make it like just a very small number. You see it's 0.001 or 0.01, and then it starts playing here. I change it back to 0 and it fucks off. Now this could be a bug, and it could still be playing, or whatever the fuck. So it actually might not be a problem. Because at this point, we're just kind of using this local layer as like a weight check. Though I think outside of this, I think I might agree with you. I think it would probably flow better and organize better going another way that doesn't rely on the weight in this way. But also, like, this is like one of those things that there's a bunch of bullshit to test. So if we come over here and hit play, can I cast this to a float? You won't let somebody like monkey int a bool to a float, really? What about to an ent? Really? You're not gonna let me monkey cast a bool? Really? C-Sharp doesn't let this? Whatever. I've never tried to monkey cast a bool like that, alright? Well, maybe I have. It's been a while. Is this fucked up again? There's some bugs. Definitely some bugs. It's working. Okay, so this is an easy fix. We're just gonna run back our fix we did before. Wait, animation, this shit's kind of clean, actually. Like, I'm not gonna lie. This seems like it's cooking. Alright, this is kind of sick. Moving forward, the VODs are going to be up. The only reason they're not is that, given the, given that I have encountered somebody who's more unemployed than I am, who is actively trying to fuck with me, I, just out of precaution, decided to nuke all of the old VODs, just to make sure. Just to make sure, you know. Telling you guys, one of these days, you're gonna realize how committed I am to some things. And no, I'm not gonna elaborate. Just wait. One of these days, you'll hear. You stick around long enough. Your truck. Yeah, the animation graph 2 stuff actually seems like the right direction. Seems really fucking good. Especially for a first pass. Like, this is like the fucking preview of like version 1. Seems like a lot of stuff is implemented C# side. See you later, Mom. Am I dealing with a fucking like? Am I hallucinating or that box should move? Did Robert's fucking like monster get out and he's in my fucking game now? I feel like this box is moving. I swear to God it was fucking moving. It's kind of sick though. Now obviously there's no sprint animation or whatever the fuck. One thing that I wanted to see, because we have this link, this lip syncing option. What I was thinking about doing, okay? What I was thinking about doing. Oh my God, there's so much I could do. Oh my God, I know what to. Oh, Terry Tuber is. I'm telling you. What I wanted to do was it doesn't have to be a fancy text-to-speech. It's just got to be a text-to-speech that generates lip motion that the Visme whatever the fuck can pick up on. You know. And I was thinking about feeding it the sound of a text-to-speech, some very low, easy-to-run thing, so that his lips will actually move based on what people type. I don't know, I think it'd be sick. We could have a little chat Terry, who's just chat. But another thing I also want to figure out is I really want to figure out, because Unity, to be fair, Unity makes this so easy. The Code Monkey actually made a video on it, how easy this actually is. I need to be able to get UV coordinates from world space. Given the world position of this, where underneath my cursor right here, how do I get the UV coordinates of his fucking face hole? Like, how do I get the UV coordinates of the ear here? Now you might thinking, oh my god, he's making a fucking Mecha Chameleon fucking clone. Actually, this time, no. I want to make a full world coloring game. Like, imagine you spawn into a world that is basically all white with black outlines, maybe? Basically, imagine the r/place clones, but it's 3D instead. But also, I wanted to work on the personal site stuff, and let me look at 100. Who won the 100-Year War? Or did nobody win it? Okay, the French. I think the French technically won. According to the wiki, I'm skimming the wiki. It looks like the French won. Damn, English suck ass, man. How did they fuck up so hard? How did they own half the world and then, like, now they're just, like, isolated to a little island? This is like once in a planetary, like, ball dropping kind of thing. Okay, so what are we doing? There's some stuff in s&box I wanted to do, but also what I want to do is I want to get back to actually doing some fucking content related stuff. Like more like educational, whatever the fuck. So I think animation 2, true. I just don't know fucking anything about it though. I can just like doing this stuff right is hard. How's it going, Lime? Yeah, it's been a minute. Hmm. How to make a platform. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm good to know, because, Bridge? Oh, hi. Hi, Precious, how are you? I think part of the reason why at least a lot of people make those, like, basic whatever is because, like, how to do a platformer is it kind of touches a lot of the engine. Too good kitty. So, personal... Well, to be fair, I want to do what I would like to do. Kitty, you gotta stop. Is I would like to do... Any updates on a golf game? I'm gonna chalk that up to a casualty of war. Because my direction right now is kind of shot. You see, the difference between the difference here is I'm not English, so I know I sound schizophrenic, but meow meow. Did I try Vogue Elbow because you? I most of what I've asked AI has been pretty like it gets some stuff pretty decent. Here I've gave this a lot, and this is the best comparison to kind of give my like vibe on using AI. Like let's say you're playing a puzzle game. Let's say you played fucking what's it called? The game Pirate Software got accused of cheating in or whatever. The game that Lumi hates because it didn't have a compass. The game that I'm forgetting the name of, even though I think it's one of the more interesting games. Well, the planets have fucking people playing fucking instruments. Outer Wilds, not Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds? Am I having a stroke? Not yeah, Outer Wilds. Let's say you let's say you're playing Outer Wilds. If you haven't played if you haven't played it, I highly recommend you do not look anything up about it. If you're really into like adventure, not necessarily puzzle, but like kind of puzzle, investigative, whatever the fuck. Like you basically the whole gimmick of the game is you go around a kind of a small solar system in your spaceship. You know, you can fly around, you can see like, he's next to the sun here, next to a thing. You know, this is like the fucking like a comet or something flying through or whatever the fuck. The whole thing is you fly up to this, you get a whole bunch of you get a bunch of information, you kind of figure out what the fuck's going on. Yes, that's what I'm getting at. I got derailed talking about this fucking game. Is in a game like Outer Wilds, there is a puzzle. If you know the puzzle I'm talking about, there's a puzzle, and there's a particular there's a few puzzles that kind of go along with this particular idea. I'm not going to say for the sake of spoilers, but it's like if you paid attention to like science or like science fiction stuff, you know the concept, or at least vaguely know of it. Vaguely Schrodinger's cat. Vaguely, all right? That's all I'm saying. So the whole idea is like that those particular puzzles, if you don't know what the fuck I mean, what do you mean fucking Schrodinger's cat? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If that makes no sense at fucking all, like you might get frustrated on these puzzles and you might not be able to figure the fucking thing out. Now to be fair, I think there's some like visual stuff that helps aid you. But you might like get frustrated on one of those puzzles and look up the solution and be like, oh. But typically you wouldn't like look up the solution immediately, you know, like you might not do it in the first 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 minutes, you know, you might spend like, you know, like an hour like trying to figure it out, and then you're like, okay, I'm fucking sick of this. What's the fucking problem? And then and then it's like, oh, I'm a fucking idiot. You know, you typically like, you find the solution when you're like frustrated. Oh, shush it, kitty. But, kitty, you're killing me. Stop it. Why are you knocking that over? But yeah, so the whole, I guess the whole idea is, the way I use, at least the way I've used AI typically, is more out of the way that you would look up a guide on how to solve, like, how the fuck do I do a thing in a game? Because at least at the moment, I'm not, like, trying to, like, if like, my life and livelihood depended on, like, making things and getting stuff done, I might actually rely on AI a little bit more. Like, if it was, like, absolutely crucial that I get something done. But typically, most of my AI use is basically, like, Google search equivalent. Which, to be fair, that's fucking the slop fucking dog shit Google AI is already on every Google search, so, like... You know, sometimes the Google AI does actually provide some very interesting insights to things. If you know the solution to how to implement... I mean... I don't necessarily, like, hate it. Like, if you... I don't know. I don't, like, hate AI. I mean, I would snap my fingers to remove it, because I think it's done more harm than... I think it's doing more harm than good, overall. And I'm not even talking about, like, the I'm not even talking about like the fucking like the physical environment, whatever the fuck. More of like the everything online. Like you can't even be sure that at least with how good some AI got, you can't even be sure that people are talking to are even fucking real. Oh my god. Why am I bleeding? Why the fuck am I bleeding? Is it my nose? Weird. Hmm. I mean, depending on what you're doing, probably that's probably true. But I don't think speed is necessary. I don't even know if I buy the whole speed being I mean, getting stuff done faster is definitely valuable, but I don't know how much. I don't know how much I would like lean on the getting left behind side of things. So I guess it depends on very specifically on what you're like doing. If you're like working a job or whatever and trying to keep your job or whatever the fuck, and like competing with, it's like, huh, out of all your coworkers, you don't use AI, and you're the slowest of everybody. It's like, well, you know, what am I doing? I do want to work on the personal site though a little bit. I don't know if I want to do more. Do we want to do more animation craft stuff? This shit's scary. The new animation craft stuff's really fucking cool, but like, I don't know enough about it to like actually like. Hi, precious. Kitty, stop knocking that over. How many times I gotta? She just keeps knocking it over on my desk. That's a good kitty. Yeah, good kitty. Kitty, I'm okay. I think personal site stuff. I think would be fun. Oh, I know, Kitty. I know, I know, I know. Oh no, yeah, sorry. I'm not really talking too loud or like properly into the microphone right now. I'm like off to the side looking at a fucking thing and petting the cat. Hold on. Most of the audio problems are like strictly because I'm like over here talking to the side like this, or like not actually looking at my main monitor, or like reading chat. To be fair, if I read chat, it actually like significantly quieter. Should like adjust the position. Kitty, I know you're so sweet. Yeah. Hug. Yes. Oh, almost. That's a. Oh, that's kind of like a. It's a different kind of hug. Oh, there we go. Kitty, you're done. Sit down. Kitty just muted my mic. I just tried to talk and it pissed me off. Okay, so actually, okay, let's do a little bit of this. A little bit of this. Sorry, I just ain't no fucking way. Oh my god, I couldn't imagine being this mentally, this underdeveloped mentally. My god. Sorry, I seen something. There's a meme on Reddit. Don't worry about it. uh. Oh shit. That's so fucking funny, honestly. It's insane. Uh What a dumbass. I can't. I can't. Uh So, in celebration of the funny meme, um, okay, I'm done laughing at the special needs. It's fine. Okay, personal side stuff. Okay, that's what I want to do. Now, the reason why. Now, if you might have seen, if you're not French, I have a website. Sorry to my French friends. Sorry, I was looking at subreddit because there was a new post. Uber posted the thing, I think. I'm sorry, I'm getting super distracted. But personal site. All right. Now listen, this site is functional. It works. It's great. I like it. But it's made with quartz. I have nothing against quartz. Quartz seems like an okay little app here. It's got a lot of stuff. It works. It's functional. You know. Hi, kitty. And what I would like to do is I would like to build out a little wiki and like notes and like a whole basically what I want to do. So I want to do this. Sort of like what they've done with the latest news. I want like a this similar kind of section. I know you're a good kitty. I know you're so sweet. I don't know if I wanted to make a whole section like this. Maybe. From scratch or picking up a framework like Quartz. Scratch, but in Blazor. Well, not everything from scratch. So let me just hit play on this. There is so Blazor to the uninitiated is basically just so this is their starting ground right now. But Blazor is a okay, hold on. So the Razor syntax that you might be familiar with in s&box, where you mix C# and HTML together with a little bit of CSS and CSS classes and blah, 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 you know, the whole drill. This obviously wasn't invented by Facepunch and didn't, to be fair, now this isn't a jab at Facepunch,
Not that most of the things that they create were invented by them. Facepunch does take heavy use of other libraries to build up the engine, like most, to be fair, a lot of engines do. Kitty, how many times are you gonna knock this over? I gotta find a place for it. Knock that over, I'm gonna be pissed. So Blazor is Microsoft's like current, like, I don't know if you'd call it their flagship ASP.NET framework. And it basically works exactly like you would expect it to work if you've ever used Razor in s&box. It's very similar to, I think it's React components. But instead of JavaScript or TypeScript, you were using C#. Now, you still have the ability to do some JavaScript interop if you want to. But what this allows you to do, and now this is actually how the Facepunch site works. So if you go, since I'm signed in, if we go to the latest news, pretty sure this is the case. On the very top here, I don't think it does it anymore. There used to be a bunch of hearts that got spammed. Any long-time s&box people know. I know Al knows. When you used to be able to click this and spam it, and it would show a bunch of hearts. And that's because, sorry, the kitty's distracting me. And that's because if we go to the inspect of this and we actually look at the network and we refresh. I know. Tell them. Meow. Meow meow. You're going to notice here that they are using, there's a few requests here at the very beginning, or near the very beginning, that's fetching this blazor.web.js. And eventually, this web.blazor.js initiates a WebSocket connection. It took me a second to realize who the fuck that is, and then I remembered. How's it going? I was like, my brain not working. But because of how Blazor works, it allows basically s&box. This whole site's built on Blazor. Now I don't know if they're using any frameworks or like component libraries or anything additional on top of it. Precious, can you stop? But what I want to do, and this is part of the reason with a lot of the things that at least with a lot of the things that I know I'm going to use a lot, and for things that aren't necessarily like I don't know what's the word, like a website like this, there's definitely off-the-shelf things that can do what I want, and I could get what I want achieved faster. By fucking what's it called? By doing stuff and customizing like something like Quartz, I could probably get what I want done faster, customizing it. But long term, I would rather like just eat the time and just rebuild the site, or just build the site from scratch and just get it the way I want it to be. And specifically, the way that I would like it to be is I really, really, really like how my notes are set up. And how authoring the notes works. So, like, obviously some of my notes are scattered. But like how this works right now is there's these markdown files, and I highly recommend if anyone is taking notes or doing anything note-taking related, it doesn't matter what fucking app you use. I recommend Obsidian because I like it. Kitty, stop. I know. I like it because Markdown is just like, it's universal. It's really fucking easy to convert from Markdown to anything. Like Pandoc is like one of like a tool to like one tool to convert from Markdown to a lot of other stuff. There's a billion other tools. It's really nice. I highly recommend looking into Obsidian. Not getting too lost in the sauce, but specifically, make sure I don't fucking leak anything on accident. We should be good now. Sorry. If I was to take this note and drag this into VS Code, because here it doesn't look, One System Explorer. Let me drag this over to VS Code. Here's Obsidian 2. Yeah, so the thing here, the big thing about this is the properties that you can use in Obsidian that actually you might have used if you tried fucking on bases at all. The new relatively newish basis feature, you can like use properties to like organize your notes, like set a date, set a time that was modified. In this case, there's a permalink that's set as well. And this is all being pulled in by the Obsidian stuff. So like this GUID, if you were to go Derek creates or notes.derekcreates.com/this GUID, it will always take you to this note. And it shows like the modified date and other stuff. And there's like these properties here you can use to like drive various things in. You can do a bunch of complicated stuff. You can like add like a property here for like this is a note about a thing to do, or like a task, or you could listen. The depth you can go is quite deep. But the Markdown file itself is literally just like this is almost readable plain text when you look at this. It's like these images here with the exclamation part just means that they're like embedded and visible in the note itself. Like this note, this image here is this image here. And obviously I can't like view these in plain text. But a lot of the stuff is like viewable in plain text. Even without the syntax highlighting that you see here because of the Visual Studio Code stuff installed, you could almost read this in plain text. Which is part of the reason why Markdown is so nice, because it's not super crazy. Like bold is just like stars, like little code lines or whatever the hell they're called, the backtick, whatever the fuck left to one. That I use as like, I use that in my notes as like the alternative to quotes. Because like you would like quote something, like here like the hold type. Like typically somebody would maybe want to put quotes here to say hold type, but I feel like the little backtick or whatever the fuck this is called, I feel like it styles it better by default. It makes it more obvious that it's, I don't know. The style that I went with, maybe I'm weird. But what I'm getting is the approach with Quartz. What I really like is how these notes have these properties, which are it's just this YAML front matter. This up here is just YAML, yet another markup language. And it exists in these like little 3 ticks here. So this whole section up here is just the YAML bullshit, and then down here is the rest of the note. And what library or what these like frameworks like Quartz do is they just like read this front matter. Well, one they would take and they would probably remove all this. They would strip it, but like save the data so that they would have just the text, and then they would take the text and they would convert it into HTML or whatever the fuck, and like maybe do some stuff to redirect the links or whatever the fuck, you know, all the potentially anything would happen. You know, there's a lot of things you can do. But also, when they take that information and save it, they like use the stuff up here to like set information about that particular page, like the title or the link that it's accessible from. Or in this case, like imagine there was a header image like up here at the top. Like, imagine I want to have like on my actual site, sort of like how Base Punch here has a header image that's in the background here that's showing this whatever the hell in the background. Like, let's say I wanted to also set that. What I'm getting at, and the reason I'm yapping about this so much, is I really like how the notes are all marked down. All the configuration, all the setting, all the everything is just marked down here on disk. Meaning if I wanted to change something, it's just a matter of changing a line, committing it to version control, and sending it. Assuming the like the actual assets, like the images and stuff, are all already, you know, saved. And this is Quartz, it does this already. But it's not like building on top of Obsidian to like build my own site that has other stuff. Basically what I'm going to have to, I don't want to have my like main site and my notes be two separate sites. I'm not like that guy. I don't have that much going on. But like I want to have my whole personal site, including the notes and the whatever the fuck, be one thing, and I want the YAML markdown, the YAML fucking front matter in the markdown file to drive everything. And this isn't uncommon. This isn't some fucking crazy whatever the fuck. You know, everything fucking does this. But thankfully, now to be fair, I've done a little bit of this before. Now we have our site here. This is the very basic bitch. Whatever the fuck, we have our little application, whatever the fuck. I pulled this straight from the Mudblazer fucking docs. All right, Mudblazer is a component framework for Blazor. It's not too crazy. It's just a component library for Blazor. You can see like there's a, you know. But yeah, well, we went over, from front to back, we went over the notes. The notes are neat. The new Animation Graph 2 stuff's out. We made a little man that walked around and dabs. I'll show that real quick. We did this. This is all using the new Animation Graph. We had to do it by hand because there is no Terry build, there's no Terry converted to the new stuff. So we had to build our own little Terry animation stuff from whatever. And then now I'm going to work on the personal site for... Now also, the part of the reason I want to work on the personal site is for the 100-Year War, you know? There's some stuff that I want to build out as well that's going to be nice for the 100-Year War. And if you don't know what I mean by that, then maybe you need to take a history class. Except that I'm not the fucking English, and I'm not gonna lose. So building out the personal my personal site a little bit will help a little bit with this. So the first step. So right now we have this. Now obviously there's no drop down when you press this, and there's no stuff over here. Obviously I can add all that stuff to it. It's just right layout, site layout. It's just all right here. So there's a few things that I want to do, and there's a few things that I want to make some cutouts for. So for various reasons, there is no... Now, Cloudflare does not provide this. Cloudflare provides you a country code. That is apparently a header that they can provide. They will not provide they do not have a service to tell you if somebody is potentially on a VPN. Slightly annoying. Now, for the actual main site, I think, why the fuck do I care about the VPN? 100-Year War. But also, for the main site, I don't actually give a fuck about if somebody's connecting to the site and browsing my site on a VPN. Don't really give a fuck. But for some stuff, especially related to TerryTuber, so there's, let me front to back this. Facepunch, or a s&box, by default, I don't believe gives you somebody's actual IP address when they connect. They don't give you the actual IP address when they connect. You have to go and, now to be fair, I haven't like properly tested it, and maybe it does, and I'm an idiot. But regardless, I still need to do what I'm describing, okay? Even if it gives you like the real IP address. Facepunch has they give you the means to verify that somebody's actually connected to your your game or whatever the fuck, and they have a thing for this. I think it's under services, auth tokens. If you're using HTTP requests or WebSockets in your game, you can use an auth token to validate that the request was sent from a valid Steam user in a s&box game session. This is useful if you want to tie data to a specific Steam account or prevent botting. Now, what you can do with this. Now, typically what Facepunch actually intends to use this for, let's say that you built a game that doesn't actually use the built-in networking. Now, they actually provide you a couple of options to not to sidestep the built-in networking, like using like syncvars or RPCs or anything under the networking category on the in the docs. But they do provide you basically anything under here except HTTP requests and WebSockets. These are ways of bypassing the built-in networking. So your client can make HTTP requests to various servers. Now, it needs to be HTTPS, and it needs to be whatever the fuck, or blah, blah, blah. You can't do it locally, blah, 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 for obvious reasons. But the whole idea is that if you made a game, depending on the game you're making, you might be able to get away with just HTTP requests. Or WebSockets, depending on what you're doing. Probably WebSockets would probably be easier. But typically, you could probably get away with using just WebSockets, depending on what you're trying to do. You might not care about everything else, and you just want to send some data back and forth. Like, imagine you're making a chess game. You might not actually give a fuck about using the built-in networking, and you just might want to use WebSockets. Or, if you guys have ever seen those, Minecraft to Hell mod, just server mod. I'm just gonna see if I can find it. Maybe I should test that. But there's tools. I think it's this one. This crossplay mod, where you can play Hightail in Minecraft. You can play on the same server on the two clients. Somebody's made a mod. You see here's Hightail on the left, Minecraft on the right, and you can see they're fighting. He's like hitting and doing shit together. In Minecraft. And it's like, this is interesting. That's kind of neat that they managed to make this work. Now, this idea of what's happening here is they're basically just like synchronizing the shit between the two games. And this is something that you could do with WebSockets, because WebSockets allow you to connect to a third-party service outside of s&box. There's nothing stopping me, or you, or anybody from doing the exact same thing that we just seen, but with WebSockets in Minecraft. I could go build out a like a Minecraft world with all the chunks and the blocks, or maybe my own world that has different textures and stuff and legally distinct, you know, whatever the fuck. And then I could make a mod on Minecraft side that allows people to join my game on s&box, or vice versa through this WebSocket stuff, where we could interact. It's up kind of you'd have to build out all the stuff and build out the interactions and synchronize stuff all properly, but like it's possible. And that this kind of thing is where the auth token stuff is kind of important, because WebSockets are not like they're not some s&box specific thing. They're like very universal. Every browser supports WebSockets. Anybody can make a WebSocket request and establish a connection to a WebSocket endpoint from any device. You could hand construct it. You could do whatever. But the auth token allows you, like it says here, if you're using HTTP WebSockets in your game, you can use an auth token to validate that the requests were sent from a valid Steam user in a s&box same section. This is useful if you want the data to be tied to a specific Steam account or to prevent botting. So what happens is a client would send a token. The server side stuff would validate that token, and then if it was validated, you would actually get a Steam ID back. Now, obviously, you don't only on server side stuff. You don't only have the Steam ID. You have the IP address who made the request of the token in the first place. Like, hey, validate me. You have that IP address that was sent, and you also have the Steam ID. Both very important tools. Both very important tools for the 100-Year War. So I think this is one way. Now, on another thing, so because we're in the 100-Year War, and I can't show anything, I've got to like, I have to take screenshots. Just because I'm, again, not trying to show stuff that's, I'm not trying to show anything crazy, but Cloudflare has the ability. Let me go to it real quick. Hold on. I know the screen's black. Again, typically I wouldn't be this anal about all this stuff, but like, you know, I'm sorry. Gotta look into that. That's fucking retard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just, I can't keep seeing something funny. Cloudflare's just really funny. I don't know. It's just something about it. It's just so funny. Woo. Vibe coding monkeys, man. Let me go find this. I'm looking for it. So, Cloudflare. So I have that game in my. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so you're aware. Oh, that's right. You did the yeah, you're the okay. Listen, my brain is off. My brain connected. But Cloudflare has the ability to have security rules. Now, Cloudflare, to be so if anyone who doesn't know, Cloudflare has Cloudflare. Without getting into the weeds of what Cloudflare actually is, because Cloudflare is a lot of things. But for us right now, it is a beautiful service that prevents. So let's say you had a server. Now, to be fair, Cloudflare, so they allow one. Cloudflare can kind of, in some limited ways, work kind of like a firewall before it actually hits your devices. So you can do stuff like this, where you can just hard block regions. Now, this is important. This is important for various reasons. Let's say your website doesn't follow the local laws of that country, and thus would be illegal to like serve stuff in that country. You might do something like this. Cloudflare obviously is more than this. They work as a middleman between you and your actual end server. Meaning that if you wanted to take the server behind offline, you would have to not only get past Cloudflare's filtering that they do internally, you'd also have to get you would also have to like basically you would have to be able to like outfuck Cloudflare, at least throughput wise, and Cloudflare's gigantic. I think they're the largest company that does this particular thing. Now there is some security stuff that you might that needs to be like handled correctly. Or proxy. Oh yeah, I mean I'm not gonna talk about potentially bypassing. Hopefully that's clear of the reason why. It's not, I mean, there's most of the bypassing would be like user error. Oh, if you're also talking about the blocking, yeah. Obviously, like I said before, Cloudflare does not provide the ability to check for VPNs. Because there's nothing stopping somebody in a region from using a VPN to get access elsewhere. Sort of like what Russians did at the start of the Ukraine war. You proxy to somewhere else, and whatever the fuck. Now, for my actual site, like I said before, I don't give a fuck if somebody uses a proxy in the actual site. We don't care. What we do care about, though, is the auth token being validated from what we would hope wouldn't be a... What we hope wouldn't be a fucking, like a VPN. You missed the music. True. Okay, hear me out. What I might do is I might set something up so that you guys can hear the music that I'm listening to in the Terry overlay whenever the fuck I unfuck everything, okay? How about that? How about we take that? It's fine. Well, I'll get unbanned and everything will be fine. Don't fucking say that. You're gonna tilt me. Just fucking... So, basically... I don't think... Now, there's other stuff that you can get. To be fair, there's quite a lot of decent information that you can get from when people connect. Like, I've already on Terry, you have to join in on the account that actually owns the game. And you might think, Derek, what the fuck are you talking about? s&box is a paid fucking game, retard. What are you saying? Family share. So, you have the I can do this in this project over here. When you connect, if we go on this player and we go, let me make this a iNetwork listener. There is now this is the naive approach. This is my initial pass where I was like naive about it and I kind of forgot about it, which is why I'm gonna, you know, it's good. I'm, you know, the 100-Year War is gonna help me strengthen my some security here, you know. Is on connected that we care about because it gets the channel, yeah, whatever the fuck. So like, obviously we can override the accept connection. So, actually, this is important. Hold on. So there's actually two things here that would be important. So, to be clear, this iNetwork listener is an interface that will only be called on the host. So basically, if you're hosting, the accept connection and the on connected methods will be called. So what you can do is you can accept a connection. So like here, you could, like, before you accept the connection as true, you could check, hey, is the person connecting? Let's go to like the channel dot the owner Steam ID. Now this owner Steam ID is the Steam ID of the account that actually owns the game in Steam Family Share. If not, the Family Steam is the same as Steam ID. So you have the owner Steam ID, all right, and you also have Steam ID. Now, there is no, like, explicit way of checking if there's somebody's family sharing, but you can go if... let me just go, just so it's... Oh my god, return true. So what you can do is you can go channel.SteamID if channel is not equal to channel.ownerID. If this is true, this is a family shared account. Because obviously if you read this, you know, if not a Steam family, it is the same as Steam ID. So if the Steam ID and the owner ID don't match, this is a family shared account. Sadly, because of the nature of how the Terry overlay is going to work, I'm not going to support anyone joining on Family Share. Because it's too easy to abuse, is what I'm trying to say. So here, you could just like return true. You could just like set the reason, you could like do this, hold on. I know what to put the reason as now, though. I gotta look at the bracket, though. Fuck, I don't know how to read this. You would give like a reason, like you give like any reason like this, like you'd like O2, by the way, you know. And then like return false, and obviously this would disconnect this person from joining. This wouldn't actually allow them to spawn in and do anything. This would like kill the fucking shit. And the reason here would like pop up on the screen of like the reason why. I very quickly looked. I don't know if that was the actual score that knocked him out, but I think it is. I only glanced, and Google's really bad on their fucking thing. I need like a real site to show this. Now, also what we could do. Now, this is slightly more annoying because how this is set up. You can't like async run shit in this accept connection because of how the ref string shit works. So what we can do is we can let them connect, and blah 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 blah. And then what we do is we could, after they've connected, assuming their Steam accounts are not banned, or not banned from the thing, like, you know, if the Steam ID is a part of the registry of Steam accounts that are banned, and also blah 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 blah. What we can do is once they've connected, before we actually give them a player, I'm pretty sure here I can go async. So like on connected, so when a player connects, here what I could do is I could do a check to, before I spawn them in and give them anything that has authority, we could make an HTTP request to an endpoint that I made. We send an auth token over, we check to make sure that that auth token actually succeeded. Well, actually, here we would actually need to, it need to be more than this. We would need to tell the client to do so. Because remember, this is running on the host. So we would need to tell the client, hey, did you, we would send an RPC like, hey, do your auth shit. And then when the auth shit happens, after some time, they'll be good. You know, they'll come back fine. So like we could basically put that player in limbo while we like validate them. So obviously it's going to take some amount of time for a request to go from the server to the client to tell them, hey, send the request to make sure this fucking works. Blah, 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 blah. Now there's a few things that we have to consider here. When a player's connected and the server tells them to, hey, go do your auth, go verify your auth shit, or go make sure you, or maybe just make all clients verify auth by default when they connect. I guess the server doesn't necessarily have to tell them. But what we can do is if a person isn't authorized and they don't have like their stuff set up properly, we just won't give them a character, or we'll give them a character but won't let them move around or do anything. We'll just take away their authority. Now, eventually, a part of the 100-Year War, I do want to build up a server authoritative player controller for the TerraTuber. Which that would mean that it is impossible to cheat in traditional, like, sandbox ways. Like the ways that you would cheat in sandbox where you, like, fly around and have, like, scaling, and you have like full authority over your own game object. Going the fully server authoritative route would mean that you no longer have this. Now I feel like I would need to also, if I added weapons, I don't know if I'd be able to use the original the new weapon system. Maybe I'd have to network it custom. But there's a few things that I have to like consider as well. Like I need to have like a guard, some kind of guard. Now to be fair, at scale this might be crazy, but I need to have some guard on the endpoint that I make that verifies identities. I need to have some kind of limit based on IP address. So if like somebody tries to like spam it, they just get hard banned. Like a fail to ban style, like you know, whatever the hell. And I also need to do, what else do I need to do here? So on the country code stuff, I'll be able to know a lot about the person connecting. Not like a lot. I mean, anything that you would typically know, but like Steam ID and account ID, or Steam ID and time of connection and IP. Assuming they successfully authed. But if I was to open this up now, because I showed the screenshot of the France block. This request would actually fail for all French people. Anyone connecting from France wouldn't be able to hit this endpoint at all. Now, I need to do some on the site. I do need to do some middleware stuff to absolutely make sure. Because in theory, obviously because your server is set up behind, obviously there's the potential of accidentally misconfiguring a firewall setting or something and allowing connections to your web server directly. Typically, we only want connections or requests that are made to this particular API, at least, to only come from Cloudflare. Now, Cloudflare gives you like their actual IP that they use to well, at least the IP they hit their their network with, I think. Hi, kitty. But also, they give you a country code. So even if I didn't want to do the filtering, Cloudflare side, I could do it server side, which I'm not gonna. I don't want to do I don't want to do any of this server side. If I can avoid unnecessary traffic, that's most likely going to be abuse. If I could prevent that before it even hits the server, I would ideally like that to happen. So that's what I guess the part of the reasons that I want to do some of the personal site stuff. But first I want to get I want to get some kind of page configuration stuff laid out. And how I was talking about before, where everything was driven by YAML front matter, like the properties here in Obsidian, I think it would be really sick if it was truly all driven through this. So like on the site over here, imagine I had like a section of, like when I push this button, I had like a section of notes or like areas that you could click here that would take you. Now obviously some of this might be custom stuff or whatever, but for this it might be different. But let's say I had like various sections on the site that I could like rearrange the notes and where they go based on the front matter. So let's say I had like a few notes up here at the top that like, or somewhere at the top, like, hey, here's the latest fucking note, or here's like the featured note or whatever the fuck. Here's like an announcement talking about a thing or blah, 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 blah. It'd be nice to also have that as be the property in the front matter. And I'd be like, hey, this note goes in this location. I'm gonna go kitty. Now, Face Punch has went the opposite approach. And now this makes sense because they're trying to cater to a larger audience of people. They care more about actually allowing people to author stuff on their platform. So if you go to the tutorials and you try to write a tutorial, or if you've ever tried to make a post about your game, you know that they have a relatively decent little editor that allows you to make your notes, like, you know, to make your post. Now, because I don't want to build up the whole everything, because it's just going to be me. I'm the only person that's going to be writing for this, or writing stuff on this. I don't give a fuck about having a fancy editor. I already have a fancy editor. It's called Obsidian. Or Visual Studio, or a NeoVim with the right plugins, you know? So, also, this guide here is really nice. Highly recommend. So, step number 1. is there exists the ability. Now, to be fair, this is all going to be running in a container with access to only one folder. Now, the question I have to ask myself, if I want to go through the headache of dealing with a, I think the term's rootless container, and I think I might want to. I might want to go through that headache. Basically, at the end of the day, when this web server is up and running, and the website and everything is going, the server is only going to have access to a single folder, probably mapped to the actual physical drive, but it will have access to nothing else. And also, I need a way to upload to this site. How am I going to be able to upload stuff? Now, I mentioned before firewall settings and stuff and making sure that only stuff that comes through Cloudflare connects. That's important. But also at the same time, I need to have the ability to basically nuke all IPs that are not coming from a known list of acceptable ones. And what I mean by that is I'm never going to remote administrate this site over the public internet. It's always going to be through a VPN. Literally always. Now obviously, like, you know, there's some security on making sure that you don't accidentally give people access to the VPN or leak that shit. But that's like, you know, if you leak passwords or whatever, it'd be the equivalent of fucking that in this case. So I need to make some tools that will prevent access to this site from stuff that is... Like, if somebody's connecting to the site as a... oh yeah, stream. Yeah, I'm back. We're back. I don't know how long I'm going to stream every day, but I'm definitely going to start streaming more or less every day again. Though the content for the next little bit is going to be a little different. And also the animation graph stuff looks fun. So. But most of the stuff I do probably for the next few weeks is going to be Terry 100-year war related. I'm just going to refer to it as that. Do I hate JavaScript or TypeScript or something? I'm not a big fan of JavaScript. TypeScript, I've not really used it. At least the main reason for me using Blazor here is it's the same tools that I use for making games. Like the exact same shit. And for some stuff, it actually is worked out to be really nice, because I can just I can share like the same class libraries between like the web, because with the Terry server, whatever the fuck, is built in ASP.NET Core. Then I can just like share the one library or whatever and have the shit map out. So I need step number one. Let's actually do the fun stuff first, but I'm working on personal site stuff. The new, I don't know if you've seen though. I don't know, Janko, if you saw the fucking stuff. If you fucking it's actually sick as fuck. The new animation graph stuff is so fucking cool. Now, I don't think it's anything really new. I don't think it might actually be like a less featureful experience compared to the old stuff, but it's basically just it's not like out. It's in there's a branch on Steam for it. Tell me you're gonna crash. Tell me, Gary. Okay, so resizing some things likes to make it break, okay? Now, I personally blame Gary for that, because he's off at, like, a conference or something, jerking off. Alright, poor fucking Layla has just been fucking slaving away in the fucking pits, keeping the fucking company alive. Building the animation graph. But it's really fucking cool. Because it's... You might notice that this is like weird looking. It's like, huh, this looks kind of like the what's it called graph? The other like scripting graph, whatever the fuck it's called, the action graph. And it's like, yeah, it's using the same fucking graph system. And it's also using an editor app, and everything here is it's all like exposed C# side. So much so that from the skimming, everything that you see here, this is like the walking around and dab stuff, like the little 2D blend space here and the little dab, whatever the fuck. Everything that I'm doing here, you could do through code. There is an Animation Graph 2 builder that you can use to create all of this. And I haven't tested to see if it works in like published builds. There's no secret sheet, though. I mean, there is. It's just I didn't use a state machine for this. How do I add a state? There's a state. How do I connect the two? But yeah, there's still state machines, and there's still R&B. Add transition to state. Oh, look at that. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, there's still... And then we get like other states. Yeah, and there's like obviously like the pose in here or whatever the fuck. It's your typical whatever, but all of this stuff, I'm pretty sure everything that you see and can do in this graph can be done through C#. Now, for most people, I don't think, or for like 99.9999% of things, I think it's like, why the fuck would you ever want to do this through code? But I would imagine there's something that somebody would be like, actually, you know what? Being able to do this through code and be able to generate this graph through code at runtime might actually be incredibly powerful. Especially if you wanted to like allow players to like animate and rig their own shit in game. Let's say you had like a spore-like fucking thing, and you wanted to allow people to like adjust the animations in some way. Let's say like you wanted to like allow them to adjust like weights of how much like different areas affect what animations affect different areas or whatever the fuck because it looks stupid. But also like it being C# side means it's the source code is open and easy to look at, and you know, I think it's fucking sick. So far, everything looks everything's like way more sauced up. Like this here, look at when I like adjust this. You can see the little nipple move around here. So like I'm walking left, and you can see it like. Now the smoothing. The reason it looks so smooth is because I'm using an ease here on this. An ease for like. It's 0.3 of a second ease time. Which is why the motion here is smooth, which is nice that it shows this. Obviously, if I was to go into the blend space and fuck with it, you can see it like there's no blending. Oh, no negative float value for testing. For some, I don't know how to adjust this to make this go negative. Like, I can type it -1. And it will -1. It's just, it won't let me, like, scroll. I don't know if I can set the range. But, like, everything's, like, really easy. Now, to be fair, figuring out the bone... Now, this might be, like, a really stupid way of doing it, but, like, we have, like, a value of dab that allows you to, like, you know, choose, like, a particular point. And also easing it, because, like, input, like, see, like, the... On the other side of things, it's, we're setting it to 0 or 1, so we need to do some easing. How's it going, Lounge? But, like, I don't think this here with the local layer and the weight and the input of this and the bone mask, I feel like there's got to be an easier way to do it than this. Because what we're having here, there's this bone mask of only upper body. So we're masking and only affecting the upper body. Which is why the legs still work. And you can see, like, when it's playing, too. Like, you can see at 0, this doesn't play. When I turn it up a little bit, it starts playing. And there was, like, events. I just don't know how the graph events work. Like, can I, like, add in, like, frames to have these kick off? I don't know. What's the best part of the update? You're looking at it right fucking here. There was a bunch of small update because apparently everybody's at conventions or something. Everyone's like out of town. Or jerking off or something. But we have a dev preview. There's a branch for the new animation graph. I like the 100-year war only because I think the British actually lost that technically, but I'm not British, so I'm not going to lose it. I think it's like a good stab at both sides of the, you know, I get to make fun of British people again, and also See, what does it say event 0, event 1? The X on the float? Yeah, there's a beta branch in the branches on Steam, the properties versions Animograph 2. But it's pretty neat, actually. The update was pretty light, but this here is... This is like a whole update, in my opinion. Obviously, it's not out. But, like, this is... I know they've been working on this for a few weeks now. Oh, you're so smart, Al. You're so smart. You're so smart. You know that you're... Oh, you're so good at what you do. Now, can you solve this problem that I have where sometimes it just doesn't it doesn't do? Sometimes I got to do this. Yeah, now solve that one. I might end up building, when Animation Graph 2 like fully comes out, I might end up building my own Terry for the Terry overlay. I might just end up building my own animation graph. Because I've been meaning to go do this, because I want to be able to control the blinks. And stuff. I might end up just making my own. Now the thing that sucks here is this blend space here is still being evaluated even though nothing's changing. But I don't know if that's normal. Let's hear it over all the thing that's not up right now, the you know, you've seen it. The little Terry at the bottom left that's supposed to be there, that moves with my mouths and I talk and it yaps and whatever the fuck, that fucking thing. The thing that you can join in and jump around on my desk. Terry Tuber, that one. Yeah, that one. It's not up right now because of the 100-Year War, but it'll be up soon. Well, in a few days, maybe. I think you've seen it. I should make like a. To be fair, I need to like make like a video or something showing it off, but I might do it after I've. Whatever the fuck. I also need to update the thing. I need to update all the stuff because regardless of what happens with the Twitch appeal, I'm done with Twitch. I think going forward, I want to get unbanned so that I don't. So like I'm not fucked, and I'm not like unable to use or do stuff on the platform. But I might actually just not stream on Twitch for like a long time. Regardless. Mainly because it. Now, to be fair, like I said before, I'm not expecting to actually win this appeal. But... And I'm expecting this to be ask for reinstatement in 6 months kind of deal. To be fair, I've always like valued YouTube over Twitch. I mean, I actually put some effort into making some YouTube videos. Like, do I put efforts into making stream? In the interim, I did not. I basically took a break from everything. In the like the past, was it been like 2 or 3 weeks now? I basically took a fucking break. Spent my time on other things, and I've just kind of like felt like I wanted to do more. I was like, it's been too long. I want to do more stuff. Yeah, we'll see long term because the 100-Year War is still active. It is an ongoing thing. Even though I haven't streamed really much in... I mean, I streamed up last week's update, and I streamed like once before, but like I would love to say that me doing nothing has made the situation better, but it hasn't really changed anything. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I know what I want to do, and I know what I'm capable of. And I know what the people I'm up against are capable of, and I'm not afraid. See, look, it broke. Walking left and right works, but the damn parameter breaks sometimes. But breaks are healthy. It's just the reason for that break was not healthy. I mean, to be fair, it's mostly on my own damn fault, but while I say that, and I do mean it, it's mostly my own damn fault. Yeah, given the context, anyone would probably be like, actually, you know what? I agree with you, it's your own damn fault, but at the same time, damn. That's all you did? That's probably what they would say. But still. So, personal site mumbo jumbo. So, what we need to do is there are two things that I need. I don't believe this will be able to parse the YAML front matter itself. I gotta do a different thing for that. But I need mark dig. Now, to be fair, this is a little cheating because I've done this before. Okay, you don't want to know how many times I've started this project. Okay, here's. I'll just say the reason. Like, think of it like this. Let's say like somebody was being an absolute ass to you, and they just would not stop. And they weren't like physical, and they weren't threatening you or anything. They were just like fucking with you. And then eventually, after some time, you just punch them in the fucking you punch them in the fucking nose and broke their nose. It's like, yeah, would you get arrested and charged with assault? Yeah. But like, would anybody that looks at that situation be like, bro, you're fucking crazy, why'd you break his fucking nose? Given the whole context? It's like, actually, you know what, like, you know, what you did was kind of fucked up, but like, I get it. That's kind of like what happened. That's like a decent way of explaining it. I guess I'm the puncher. One of these days, I'm gonna like lay the whole story out in a fucking, and I'll literally explain everything. Now, to be fair, listen, oh god. I'll answer that to you. Actually, nothing. Literally nothing. Without going, there's a history of behavior. Not of me, but I'm far from the first. Well, maybe not far. Well, okay, well, I say far from, but what, you know, yeah, we're here for coding. Yeah, I'll make a video. Listen, give 6 months to a year, or however long, sometime in the future, everything will make sense. Site layout. Fucking mark dig. Where the fuck's mark dig is installed? We didn't even the goddamn docs. Mark dig. I guess the way to wrap it up is, on paper, what I'm accused of doing, I did. How do I deploy it? Right now, the current site is just in a Well, because this flavor, it's just it's using quartz, and it just quartz outputs a bunch of like static files that I think a Docker container instance of Caddy is running and pointing to like a folder that when I press the notes button, when I press this button here, it will like run the whole whatever the fuck. It's like this button here will run a script somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it is at. It will run a script that builds the quartz stuff. It takes so fucking long too. It's actually so fucking annoying how long it takes. But it'll build the quartz stuff and then auto copy it to the folder that the one thing's listening to, or the one thing that the static files are in. Now, eventually, at least with this, yeah, on a VPS, yeah. Eventually, how this site's gonna be set up is gonna change just a little bit. Just a little bit. Mainly because of the 100-Year War. This is actually, is it really just marked down to HTML? Really? Are you gonna... How do I actually... I need to parse the fucking, usage. To plain text normalize. I mean, as long as you don't accidentally open stuff, 99, actually, the majority of the traffic and most of the stuff I do through the VPS is through a VPN. And that, there's a few things you could do. Like there's, you could always like self-host a VPN. But there's like stuff like, is it zero tier? And there's a few others. There's like NetBird, zero tier. There's a few others like that you can use for free. Like their free pricing stuff is like not bad. I think NetBird's actually technically better. And I'm pretty sure NetBird you can actually self-host, but it's 5 users, 100 machines. Actually, 100 machines, really? That's better than they have over here. Basically, everything I do on the VPS is through NetBird, which I do take some care to make sure stuff is only exposed to the VPN. That makes sense. So like with this, so like actually uploading to that one site, like it's there's some stuff I need to like double check or whatever the fuck, but connect to the VPN. VPN connects SSH, whatever the fuck, upload the file, or upload the already built files. But the free tier NetBird's pretty nice. I've used it. You can self-host the community edition of NetBird. I don't really know how it works. Oh. Oh, sorry. What's going to be on my website besides notes? What's going to be... a few, other than notes, probably a few utilities to help, like I said, with the... Maybe a few things that help with Terry tuber stuff that needs to happen for, that needs to happen for what's it called reasons. What I also might do, the war room, no, not necessarily that, like the endpoint to verify the extra step verification to like what I described earlier, where auth token to whatever the fuck to do some other checks. But also, there's gonna be a few other things. Probably, I mean, it would always be sick. What I might actually end up doing is I might end up actually having a section for the combined chat of all the platforms I'm streaming to, including a select Discord channel. Because I want, because like YouTube chat sucks ass. And I would like to have the ability to have, like, you know, like imagine derekcarries.com/chat, and it just shows, or stream chat or whatever the fuck, it just shows all of the chats combined together. Not that there's many platforms to combine anymore. Yeah, which true. That's another thing I wanted to do as well. So like when people connect, they used to not, but they do allow combining chats now. This was like a year. It's been like, I don't know if it was a year ago, but it was relatively recently. Like, it was in the last 2 years, probably in the last year, maybe the last 6 months. I forget when the fuck they allowed it, but it was like relatively recently. God, I wish that was the reason I was banned. Fuck. So how the hell did it get... Oh, it's just that easy. Now, the thing that I'm having to consider with the way I'm approaching this is I'm pivoting from a static site approach to a more the way s&box or Facepunch does their site, in a more blazery way. So I'm going to have to be like pretty aware of like performance here. Do I? Because I don't want to have to rebuild every single page from the ground up every time I'd make a single update. Because that's actually a problem I got to think of. Like removing of a page. Because okay, hold on. Because each note's gonna have a each note's gonna have a fucking GUID hard tied to it. Install WordPress, true. Yeah, I don't want to. That's the last thing I want to do. I don't want to have to learn that shit. I'll fucking cry. Like fucking 500 years of like history in that shit. Let me think. Also on the site, it would also be nice to have some... There's some other stuff I want to add to it that is kind of more stretch goal and would probably need to... Would only happen after... Okay, well, if money was no option, I would do it. Like, no problem. Like, I didn't have a problem with money. And I was like, I don't care about chucking, like, $100 at a server a month. Or more. There's some things I would do, definitely, for the Terry overlay. Dude, I would have created it, and then well, there's a lot of stuff specific. There's just a lot of stuff that I would potentially want to put on the site. A lot of it would be like, I think it would be neat as fuck to have a fully actual proper, fully sync shit prop, correctly, whatever the fuck, theater thing in Terry Tuber. Good old and there's some simple ways of doing this. I already know. But there's one way that I would want to do it that I could get away with right now, but it would require some, like... It wouldn't require much more processing power. Definitely probably require a bit more bandwidth. I don't know, there's a lot of shit to do. There's a lot of stuff that I would like to scale into. Okay, so hold on. Huh. Well, there's some issues with s&box's web player where some sites it's literally impossible to synchronize the time on a Connect. So like, it would require. Well, to be fair, there's probably clever ways that you could do this that would sync it, like embed a fucking player into a site and do it. There's smarter ways to handle it. There's just a few things that I would like to spin up, and it would be neat because it would allow Nico is what I'm like. I can't show it because it's got stuff on it, but the Nico browser, like, it was called grab.it. It's basically if you ever remember grab.it, it's basically like a virtual browser in a browser. You could also make it like run like a desktop environment. There's actually a few choices from desktop environments for Nico. The problem is that this is not a super lightweight thing to run. But it's cool though, because they do have like a few things that you could run. Like a bunch of different browsers, and they also run like KDE and like actual desktop environments and shit. Maps and stuff. I have no fucking clue. Maybe? I know it can like move and see your scene. I don't know if it can like create and do stuff. Maybe? Just I don't know. Procedurally generated. That's what everybody else does. So I need. So we actually have the fucking thing. Stop getting derailed. Lock in at least for a minute. Copy this. Got it. A CBK? What the fuck's a CBK? I assume you're not talking about the Central Bank of Kenya. Oh! He's got a cardboard crown. That's kind of sick, actually. So, probably need to do some testing on how. I don't know what to fucking call it. I just need a fucking thing to run stuff. So where is the fucking, where is it? Where'd I copy it from? Here? No, not there. Where'd it go? Did I close it like an idiot? I think I closed it. Closed it. Alright, so the MarkDig documentation. To the docs. You don't even want to boot up your PC, it's gonna work. I feel ya. So he got it. So this is what he did. Or the docs did. How dare I? Okay, good one, Ryder. So YAML.net seems to be the most popular. It's the top of the search at least. 90% of other objects? Shit. I know it was meant, it's not like as tightly integrated as other shit. Shoot some Google Maps. Oh god. No, don't do that. So, I guess I need to copy a note. Still have Visual Studio open? I do, okay. So if I just come down here. Motherfucker. Am I fucking dumb? It's kind of irritating me is what it's doing. There we go. But I say, why weren't you copying? Yeah, that's right. Okay. So, all I gotta do... Let's just fucking send it over here. I just need to make sure it fucking works and gives out what I think it should give out. Please work. Because if this works, this is like 90% of the battle for making it like shitty. So... There's some images here that are like cut. I assume the images not being visible are breaking it pretty hard. Does it have the YAML block? Yes. So we have, okay. So now all I gotta do is we go, what was the library? YAML.net? I have no idea. Maybe. Sure, there's gotta be something. I know there's some that are being worked on, like somebody's making fucking RuneScape. And there was the one guy making Eve. Holy shit. It's actually got players. Is this something to topple, can this finally topple, how's it reviewing? 88%? What? You can't, but with this, you can't really window this and treat it like RuneScape and play a different game and ADH max. So, so this game is kind of worthless to most and probably appeals to people that are unemployed or mentally disabled to some degree since it's on Sandbox. What the fuck? What is? Oh, he did. Oh, he's just toxic. I get it. Chinese bug man. He's in my walls. Well, if we filter out the trolls, it's got really good reviews. Oh. It's the members of the people that make it are this guy and Trundler, which this guy's I've seen Racing Club. I've not. Oh shit. See, but season 3 of Mow the Lawn, man. Holy shit, it's got more players. Mow the Lawn has apparently been toppled. I don't even want to look at the player count. Shit. Oh, it's not as bad as I thought, actually. Not as bad as I thought. I'm not gonna lie. I hadn't looked at it literally like since before the drama. I thought it was gonna be like a nightmare. But hold on. I'll be back a second. I'm gonna grab a drink and see if there's like a quick snack. I don't know, I'm kinda hungry. And then I'm gonna make the site work at a very basic level. Alright. You guys are about to witness the fastest speed run in history. Because this is easy. Okay. Oh my god, the damn chair is fucked. New chair eventually. Alright. Sorry. We're here now. Copyright free music. Eventually, I'll actually show my kick. So you'll have something. What do you miss about Netbird? I was just asking about just what I do. Keep the bare minimum stuff publicly open. You can get more for everything else. Including SSH. So let's get everything we need. Hold on that. Do I have to deserialize that out to a static type? More secure. It might get pretty close. Do I care about the naming convention? Kitty, you need to chill the fuck out right now. I don't think I need. Okay. Build, build, build. Beans, quit being stupid. One of these days, somebody named Beans is going to join chat and talk right when I say that. Get the fuck down. What are you doing? Validating. How do I change the? How do I? Fuck. Welcome to the world of the few things I might ask AI for. Yaml member? Must be a member of Ligma. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Sedge is a member of Ligma. Where's my templates? I'll just leave it as image, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Okay. I'll do this as well, even though I don't think it matters. Okay, so we go back, delete, call it draft. If this works, and it should, oh, get an exception, great. I'm a little confused. Okay. So the whole vault. Well, actually, hold on. There's another angle I need to look at. What does the Obsidian CLI actually have? This is just for, like, operating on the vault, right? It doesn't matter. Okay, so line 10, column 4. I'm not exactly sure what the problem here is. Now, is it because of the ignore value? Ignore unmatched properties? Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's something else. Hold on. I feel like line 10 of the whole file or line 10 of the string? Hmm. Okay, so what's the problem? What could it be? My guess is it could be these three. Would be my guess. Because everything's just strings or string arrays. Interesting. Am I a dumbass or am I just the biggest dumbass on the planet? Am I there? I'm fucking there. We've ascended. Too many levels of stupid. 5:30 p.m. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. With this, we're done. Well, I'm not done, but this is all the sauce. Everything else is extra. Or like scaffolding around the sauce. All I gotta do now Kitty, if you don't fucking stop knocking that over.
Now the whole vault is going to be copied. So now what we do actually, I don't think I need hook code. What I think I need is just to make another page. Stop it, kitty. Every time I do it, I have to look at this. Is there an example for where? Is that a real type or is it? I think I just need to handle it different. So I need to take... I gotta do this again. It's been a minute since I've made middleware. Somebody made a fucking phenomenal video on it. That was like short. Might have been this guy. I just need to scan. It wasn't this guy. Is this a real set? This looks like a real set. Is that a real fucking set? If that's a real set, that's looks clean as fuck. I say it almost looks fake. Fuck, it's fake. I think it's fake, bro. Because the key on him's too good. Well, I guess it's him being bald helps, I'm not gonna lie. Natural advantage on the key, but... Bro, this kind of clean, actually. I don't know. He said this is what I was looking for. This is what I was looking for. I could have probably found like a Microsoft doc showing the structure, but that's exactly what I'm looking for. Oh my god. You serious? Okay, there we go. No. Okay, so what I need to do is I'm going to copy his... He's explaining this. I know this. I don't care about this. Poor kitty. Now, because of how middleware works... I need to make sure this happens after map static assets. Oh no, do I actually want this to be middleware? Because I want this to... Calling this note routing. Technically, I just want this to handle the permalink. So for this type of architecture, the backend just sends static HTML to the client after the request. So the client goes through JavaScript. So Blazor, by the kind of natural default way that Blazor works, is everything's streamed over a WebSocket connection, and there is some JavaScript client side that handles the bullshit. But there's like a bunch of different render modes for how Blazor works. So there's like your typical like static. You can make this you can make a page work more like a static site. It's not literally a static site. It still builds the page, but you can cache the page, so it effectively plays out like a static site. Probably not as performant, but with how it's gonna work, it's gonna be closer to how actually, because Facepunch used Kitty. Since Facepunch uses Blazor, it's kind of works similar to, like, you know how in the past, I don't think it works anymore, how there used to be a live interactive button click for the emotes on the blog post, where you could like spam the heart button and it would pop up and everyone could see it on Facepunch's blog post for s&box. That wasn't like any, they didn't have to put a ton of effort to get that to happen. Well, maybe a little bit, but because of how Blazor works, you can like stream and make changes server side that will just like, you know, like how in s&box you can like do a status changed to like cause your UI to re-render in Razor. The server can basically do that at any time to cause like a re-render of the page to stream the changes down. So it's gonna be a mix of both, where yeah, I guess it's gonna be a mix of both. But it's gonna for interactivity, it's gotta be for like stuff that's gonna be interactive. Like if I wanted to like make a bunch of buttons or like a dashboard or do like actually dashboards are kind of what Blazor's like naturally best at because of the real-time feedback. I press yes. Siri, log. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. So it's the page has been updated. I think that happens when they republish. Kitty. Because changes that are like, I'm pretty sure changes, if they can be streamed down, will be streamed down. But when you see that, that might literally just be them dropping like an update to the site or something. I actually have no clue why that in particular shows. But yeah, even Facepunch's like homepage, if you like refresh the network here, the network view of this fucking thing, you can see this like blazor.web.js, and eventually you can see that there is a 101 request, which is the switching protocols request, which takes it from HTTP to WebSocket. So eventually, after loading all this stuff, it establishes a WebSocket connection through here, which you can see everything that's coming through on this tab. Now, I don't know why there's so much traffic. It seems a little extra. But I mean, fuck it. I mean, Facepunch is the one paying the bills there, so whatever. But this stream of shit that you're seeing here is like where it's all coming from. So like, I don't know if it still exists, but like before, when you went to the devlog and somebody was to spam, like I'm pretty sure I don't know if it's still the case, but I'm pretty sure you would see me changing the number real time here. Because before you could spam this and it would shoot up a bunch of hearts. But if it's set up the way I think it is, like the changes of these emotes will be real time. So like if somebody comes in and goes this, it would if you clicked it like right now, it should go to 8 on my screen or something, or I'm not fucking sure. They might have removed that since the other doesn't work. Now there's some extra sauce that goes into like the notifications and stuff, like that kind of thing actually. But it's all, regardless of the extra sauce, it's all over WebSocket. Well, I guess more specifically Signal R, which is built on top of WebSockets. But this like live Signal R connection, or this WebSocket connection, is like the lifeline of most Blazor apps. Like again, you can have like a static site that doesn't have that signal, that WebSocket connection, and it's actually a render mode. Like here, it's like interactive server render mode. You can make it just server. I forgot the other one. It's like there's one to make it what is the other one? There's interactive auto, interactive server. Does it have to be? After auto and after server. Is there no, how the fuck? Is it because I set up the fucking thing? Fuck, I gotta look into it. There's a way to render stuff. It might be because of the way I set the project up, actually. I don't see the fucking option in the 3. Because the way Blazor works, it's also really fucking weird. Because it also uses WebAssembly for some client-side stuff. So, like, one example, this actually technically uses Blazor. Let me go find, at this point, I should just fucking bookmark this fucking demo. But there's this monogame. Now, to be fair, monogame just got a big fucking update, so I don't know what Incast is gonna fucking do with all this shit. But he has some demos here that's using monogame, which is a, you know, XNA, the C#, the shit that Terraria and there's a bunch of games built with monogame, or the monogame, the XNA lineage. But there is a web demo here that loads up this physics engine through what is called, he calls it KNI, but it's a monogame fork. Where you can see it's just like, hey, a physics engine, you can play with the browser. And this here is also technically Blazor. Technically. You can see here blazor.webassembly.js. Technically Blazor. But they're piggybacking really heavy off of, you know, they're like, it's all WebSocket fucking, or not WebSocket, it's all WebAssembly bullshit. Black magic fuckery. I'm not gonna pretend to understand it. But you can see here with this request down here, there's no like upgrade, like there is no like change protocol. There's just downloading this webassembly.js. Because the WebAssembly shit's like the whatever the fuck the right word is. The WebAssembly fucking like binaries fucking streamed to the browser and then ran. I'm pretty sure this file, this blazor.webassembly, did all the fancy shit to help facilitate the setting everything up and whatever the fuck. So technically, you can also do stuff like this, but it's... I know, kitty. Yeah, the only problem though that I have with WebSockets is that when you send a message in a WebSocket, like in a WebSocket connection, you don't immediately get a response back, like you do with an HTTP request. Like you might be typical with the HTTP like workflow of like you send a request, you await a response, and then you continue. With WebSockets, like you don't really get like an immediate feedback. You can just kind of send message, send message, send message, and eventually you'll get a response back. So it like breaks that like send a request, do one thing fucking workflow. So it requires you to like think a little different. It's fucking annoying. Kitty. So, what I'm trying to do here, though, is so on a page, there's a lot of routes you can do, like how you like route a user to the right page. It's complicated, but I want to be able to have. Well, maybe I should look this up. Okay, so I have a problem that I need. So the problem I'm trying to solve is, let's say I have a note. Let's say the notes that I have here for hosting a Quartz Force site. Typically, and you can see here, there's a couple of aliases here. Both these strings here will point to the same page. Technically, there should also be a permalink here, but what I want to do is I need to be able to build a system that if a route isn't found, and only if a route's not found, do we check and see if our route matches an alias or a permalink. Now, my permalinks, now to be fair, I'm treating like the aliases sort of, I want to be treating like the aliases sort of like Quartz does, where these are sort of also kind of permalinks. Like, I want to keep the aliases around so that you have like a list of, like, if I change the name of something. Like, if I'm writing a guide and I want to link out to a note, I would like link to the permalink. But if I was like posting it like somewhere, I would link to the other fucking name of the fucking thing. Kitty, I love you, but stop. So I need to figure out a clean way to handle all of this shit. And I think this is it. Kitty. Now, with how the middleware works, it actually, in this case, it executes top to bottom that they were added. So if you added something before the HTTPS redirection, it could actually be HTTP, I think. So I need to place, I think if I place this at the bottom, I need to see, will this always be logged? And that's what I was going to do with Siri log. I gotta look at this for a second because I've got to remember all of my shit. I'll do this later. Wrong one. Now, if my theory's right, this middleware shouldn't be hit. If it's hit, I'm very horribly misunderstanding. Oops. It got hit. I'm in the wrong place. Hold on. Again, because I don't trust the slot machine. Thank you, kitty. async. The router component supports an on navigate async feature and on navigate the on navigate async handler invoked when the user visits a route for the first time by navigating to it directly in the browser, navigates to a new route using the link or a navigation manager navigate to invocation, which is called in the developer code to navigate to a URL. When pre-rendering, the server on navigate async is executed twice. Medical decisions on navigate async. Kitty, gotta chill. Poor Kitty won't leave me alone. But I think this is what I need actually. Kitty! Stop! Because if I have... This is the router. I actually think this would be a middleware thing. This would be routes. Okay. Match. Over custom router does make sense. But does it have to be? Fuck me. I guess I could also do it in the I guess it's possible to do it here. Because internal is going to try to navigate to not found. Okay. So now this is the N. I found it. I found it. Okay. It was just a matter of finding out where the fuck I needed to do this. Now it's just a matter of routing correctly. So if it's not found, if something's not found, kitty. How much does the rider personal license cost? It depends, but not too expensive. It also when you do buy it, unless something has changed, you do get a perpetual license of the version that you like bought. To be fair, .NET changes quite a lot year over year, so there is some incentive. But I think it's like it gets cheaper each year you each year you sub. I know all their app stuff is like every single app they have is like 400, I think, a year. I think just .NET is like 200 or sub 200. Though I am going like this is a part of the derailment week that or everything's derailment now. This is all a part of this. Is I'm eventually going to pivot to NeoVim if I can just unfuck my config and get all the weird little janky bullshit out. Which is the answer to that question is when is that going to happen? Fucking never, because that's just how it is. Oh, that's right. It's not going to find it because fuck. That's right. This is not going to find it here because this is the on navigation async only gives you son of a bitch. I just need to get this. The route table is what I fucking need. I need to be able to manipulate the route table directly. Internally, Blazor, like actually, a lot of frameworks, pretty sure do this shit fucking weird, where being like mapping like, actually, here's a good example. Like the home page here, there's a page attribute of just slash, like just forward slash. If I had another page that was like a different, assume it's a different page, and at the top I was to go like slash page slash like notes, and then I went like, and like made like an argument here of like ID. I could put this on top of another page and then like pull this ID out. Actually, I'm pretty sure I could go. I think it's actually be as simple as would it be param? Or from query maybe? I forget what the fucking I forget exactly how it works, but it's either this or something similar. And there's like a whole, like, there's a lot of complicated fucking bullshit that goes on with routing these fucking pages, because there can be a bunch of pages that point to different things, and pages can have multiple fucking aliases. Like I can have this page be accessible here and /test. So like the home page that says home, if I was to restart this, both these URLs, I think they would both work, or maybe it has to be a special keyword. If it was /test, you can see it doesn't show an error here, but if I was to go type in gibberish, oh, that's right, that's right, I'm doing the stupid thing over here, hold on. Let me unfuck that stupid. It's just internally though, like, all of this stuff is saved in this route, not route key. There's like a table that stores all of this shit. There's this route table here that has all of the routes. Kitty, 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 kitty. Stop being loud. What I need to be able to do is add in, sort of like how I do with the little decorators on the top of the page. I need to be able to do that like at runtime. I need to be able to tell like, hey, this page exists, and I need you to route to it. Now, well, actually, I just need to say that this page exists, and I need you to route to a different page. Oh, okay. So if yeah, I'm going down the right path. I'm just figuring this particular problem out as a pain in the dick, because no one really talks about this when it comes to ASP. Why are these icons so small? Have these been small for a while? Oh my god, they get smaller when you close when you have too much open. Okay. Well, they made an update for me, I guess. Son of bitch.
This cat is killing me. I'm pick it up. No, I don't want, this is a little crazy, but like I only want to route if the stuff's not found. Because I don't want a situation where I go make a page and it's over. Hmm. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely fucked right now. I know what I want to do, it's just finding the right fucking place to do it. Fuck. Kitty, you gotta chill. See, nobody talks about this.
Fuck, it's Wednesday. I don't know what this dog's barking at. Don't you? It always yeah, but it also always tapers because most people it's weird. Most people that actually most sandbox people, I feel like you're like at least 4 hours ahead of me. Like East Europe, whatever. Like it's like 4 or 5 hours ahead. I'm fucking okay. I gotta. Here's the TLDR. I have got to figure this out, but I can't. I don't think this is gonna be like a few hours of fucking sitting here, fucking dicking around, figuring bullshit out. Because there's like 40 ways of handling this in Blazor. Cause like there's this approach. But this doesn't. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna have to look. Hold on, what's this? Okay, okay, okay. So This is old, but very. There's got to be a better way to handle what I'm trying to do. There's a way I can monkey you do this. Oh, the X in action. uh... I mean, this is potentially a play. That's not the right thing. Now, since we only have on navigation, on navigate async, now the problem here so I'm just going to print this out regardless of what happens. I just need to see to make sure this works the way I think it does. So it's printing out nothing because there is nothing. Slash test, and it's going to give us a slash test because the reason it's giving a slash test is because I forgot I added the fucking thing to the home page. So slash 1 though should give it will take us to not found. It prints not found. So I think no, because we only have the path that we're going to. We have no other context. We just have the path. So there's nothing I can do. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. There's gotta be something. There's gotta be something. So, okay. I need, what I'm trying to do is when one single note could potentially be accessed from, this is a bad note to show. One note could be accessible from like a few different, X amount of, like links. Multiple paths could point to the same thing. So in this case, there's just a permalink, which means it would be accessible by the name creating dash clothing dash in dash blender, I think. So it would be accessible by the name with this name here, spaces converted to dashes. It'd also be accessible by this permalink, so derekcreates.com/this, and it'd also be accessible by any of the aliases here that are in the aliases list. So I could call this like test, I could call this 15, I could call this a bunch of other random things, and all of those paths would show this same note. The problem I'm having is solving that problem is not hard. The problem that I'm having is finding the right place to do it. Because I don't think this is something that middleware will handle, because it has to happen. So basically what I want to do is I want to have like a fucking page here that's just called like, it might literally just be called note. And this is like the template for all of the notes. But you can navigate to it by now see, the problem here is I want there's a little bit of bullshit here where I also don't want to cuck the page routes that are explicitly set. So I need to find some place that I can check and see if we've actually found a match to the route that the user's trying to navigate to, and if we haven't, check against some list of aliases. And then if we still haven't found a route, we go back to the not found page, or just back to the home page, or whatever the fuck. And my problem right now is finding where the fuck I should do this. How does routing the 404 page happen? Yeah. See, okay, you're right. And that would be the routes.razor. You can define. Okay, so you have the default layout here. The not found page here, this is where you actually set the not found page. And it's a parameter on the router itself. Which makes me think that I will need to I don't know, because it's like most of the stuff you can't like. Yeah, exactly. But I'm pretty sure the fucking logic for that is in here in this router somewhere. I go find the actual source for this. So I guess it'd just be this one. The hell's an I component? A UI component, okay. Fragment, not found. To be fair, the route table here is what I would manipulate. Because the route, I've seen this already. The route table has route. There's a lot in here. But I'm pretty sure this is all on not found. Find component by route. I feel like even looking at this, I don't even know where exactly. Fucking cat. It'd be here. Run on navigate sync. One of the path. It's already a path passed down. Okay. I feel I feel like it's here. I just don't know where the fuck it's at. Kitty. I need to see all the things that the route table fucking touches. Literally everything. Context, location, path. I'm not entirely. I'm not against the pivot on how the paths are supposed to lay out. Shush, kitty. I know, kitty. Poor kitty. The route data. Actually, you know what? The slot machine might be onto something. The route view might be what I care about, actually. You're killing me, kitty. Only render? Shit. You gotta fucking chill. Maybe. But the problem here, this doesn't solve this. I have an idea. Let me test something. This is fucking monkey actual clown shit, but if this works, this solves everything. This is slot machine. If this works, it's straight fucking crazy. This here, this page test now. If this works, then my understanding of how Blazor routing works is shot. Okay. I think I've got it. It's so crazy how simple this is gonna be. Okay, so the Blazor router is smart enough to handle this the way that I want to handle it. Oh my god. Okay, so what's happening here? This is so unbelievably fucked. So we have a few pages. So the home page has two names. It's just the slash and also slash test will take you to the home page. See, it says hello world, welcome to the app, or whatever the fuck. Now there's another app, there's another page called test123 that's just going to say the name test123. You see it says test123 here, but we have another page who has a route parameter of just a string here. And actually, and I put in like a bunch of bullshit. And I refresh, it's actually gonna put in the path. Kitty, I love you too. I know, you go Kitty. You see it here, it puts in the route that was passed in here. So this doesn't break anything. But now I have a place that I can now have a place to like inject stuff. Like basically if this page ever gets hit, I treat this as a 404. Well, I guess I could have done that before. If the page was on the 404 page, I could have just been like, hey, could I not have just... I don't think there's any way of passing any data to the not found page. Though with this bastard approach, we have the parameter that we care about, like where they're attempting to go. No way to inject annotations at runtime? I don't I haven't found anything. Okay, well, That's a thought. I still don't like it though. Because then every time a note would be published, I'd have to like recompile, which is a pain in the dick. It's actually not that big of a pain in the dick because it could just, the server could just do it itself, but still. The clicker 3000? Yeah, no. The what? Damn. So this will work though. This will work. The homepage is still functioning. Test 1, 2, 3 is still functioning. No, that'd be for test 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'll just add a bunch of characters here, like to show that it actually is a, you know, a real actual functioning page. But if I put in a bunch of A's, it goes to a page with a bunch of A's. Now here on this page, if this page is ever reached, I'm just going to treat it as like my intermediate 404 page. Precious, I know, honey. It's almost BDO time, which means it's almost end stream time. Alright, so I guess all I have to do now is just check if the path that they're requesting here on this page is, like, we check, well, obviously I do whatever's fastest first, which might be the GUID parse maybe. We try to see if it's GUID. If it's GUID, it's like, okay, well then let's check. Might just have like a hash set somewhere that's just. Now the problem is that I need this. I'm gonna have to build a little screen or something that causes us to refresh or to rebuild this, which is what we were talking about before when I was talking about like security. Where some kind of, maybe some potential kind of login, or at the very least making it impossible to reach any of the pages from public IPs, which is possible. Yeah, it's 8:30. I'm being fucking pinged. Is Lumi and Cody even coming? At Lumi for war. So what I probably do is I have some form. Now, to be fair, the only reason I would go this far is IP whitelisting the range of IPs, or even like a singular IP on the WireGuard or the fucking VPN. Like that would be 90% of like kitty. How many times? That would be like more than good enough for what I'm doing. Because it'd be impossible to because like the WireGuard, sorry, like any like VPN IPs are like all they're all in like the private range. So unless I was to fuck up, something fierce. But I figured a solution out. All right, we figured a solution out. I don't particularly like it. I might honestly end up seeing if it's possible to pass data into this not found. Like if I could like persist some data across and be like, hey, that would be more ideal. But maybe this is like the play. Maybe this is like the... Because when I think about it, it's like... I'm not really doing anything that different if I was to override the router or go into a router and fuck around with it, because it's kind of doing the same thing, though I might be eating like one additional render of a page that's really small anyway. But yeah, I think it's BDO time now, because it is at 9. I always normally end before 9. I didn't realize it was so fucking late. But I've solved this fucking problem. I know how I'm gonna handle it now. For a lot of this has been like remembering how the fuck Blazor works. Though I do have... Sorry, this is the part that's done. Now, to be fair, it's all referencing like hard-coded things just for the demo. But we do have it. We do have the ability to get, given Markdown, which this is like a copy paste of one of my notes. It converts this into HTML, and that HTML from previous testing is, assuming you trust the HTML, safe to, or the Markdown, assuming you trust it, it's safe to just dump into an HTML page with like render raw or whatever the fuck the word is. And then we also get the front matter out, which is nice, which will have the permalink and the alias lists. Now the alias lists, I should just have like a big like dictionary of aliases to route. Now I think that would be fine to have that exist in memory, because you would think, oh shit, you can't have that all exist in memory, it's going to be like, and it's like, well, I'm not going to have tens of thousands of pages. I'm not making like some crazy documentation site that's gonna have so many fucking so many pages that you have no clue what the fuck's happening. So it's probably fine to just have the stuff, you know. Actually, it's probably better to not like have to hit like a database or something to figure out where the fuck you should route. At least for something this size that I want to keep relatively performant. Because I'm doing this type of site in Blazor doesn't make the most sense, but again, there's some stuff that I could expand on this with the Terry Tuber stuff, and you know, like nothing's stopping me from allowing Steam logging it, like a Steam login on the site, and allow people to let's say you're on your phone. This would be really cool. Let's say you're on your phone right now and you're listening to me and you're like, fuck, I really want to go jump in the currently non-existent Terry overlay and be like, and, you know, interact. I could set up like a little remote control thing on the site that could like facilitate you joining in some way, or maybe, because I wanted to add that fish tank to the front of his desk, the big cutout. Maybe you can go to the site, you log in with Steam, you know, that in ASP.NET Core is actually very easy. Doing like fucking like third-party logins like this is actually they do it. It's so easy in ASP.NET Core. Like it's like, I mean, to be fair, it's a standard fucking thing. So it's not like you need special shit for each site. Not really. Most of the time it's already set up for you. So all I need to do is just have a Steam login. I don't even need emails. I just need a Steam ID. Which is what I did with Twitch. I just, when you like log in with Steam, I didn't even give email. It's like, give me your Steam ID. And name. Like Steam name. Like Steam display name. And then with that, it's like, boom. You know, maybe s&box actually has a login, has their own thing to be able to log in. Like their own, with horse shit. That would be nice. Log in with s&box from like the s&box like form account / website account. Because then I can just like straight to the fucking whatever. Let me yes up to this dog shit. It's BDO. It's dog shit. Okay. But I figured this out. Oh my god, there's route constraints. Wait, because you can make it match a GUID. Oh my god. Hold on. Ain't no fucking way this will work the way I want it to. Ain't no way I can just have like a... This page will just be... Oh, no fucking there's just no way. There's just no fucking way. Slash a bunch of A's. Not found. No fucking shot. GUID. Gen. Give me a GUID. Generate. Copy. Paste. Send it. Microsoft, you've cooked. Oh, they've cooked. They fucking cooked. To be clear, the I'm trying to do a particle that leaves a trail of smoke. Okay, the thing that's fucking you up right now. I'm just gonna pre-fire what I think your problem is because it was a problem for somebody else and it was also a problem for me for a minute. I'm just gonna spawn in like the smoke fucking whatever the hell here, and you can see this smoke that the template you spawn is actually like leaving behind a trail or whatever the fuck. You can see when it moves, there's like little puffs or whatever the fuck. But the things that you want to adjust, if you're doing it from the ground up, is on the move tab on the particle effect. If the local space is 1 or greater, it will follow the object. Okay? You see how it's... Uh-oh. 1 will means you basically move relative to the object always. 0 means you're in world space. And you can kind of like have like a fraction of it to where it's like, you see how it's in world space but in being influenced by the fucking movement or whatever the fuck. 0 is a full world. I mean like an explosion and each particle leaves a trail. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, well, see? It's the same, But also, there's a few other things that you maybe might want to look into. Is do not sleep on the prefab section here. The prefab section is actually kind of sick. Because you can make this prefab the trail itself. And have like I made a fireworks thing. I should open Terry Tuber tomorrow. Make me open up Terry Tuber and look at the fireworks for the golf. Because I'm pretty sure I did it that way, where there's like one trail going up, where there's like a particle being emitted, like a single sphere being shot up, and then there's a... I think I'm using like a follower, whatever the fuck. And then, there's something else. I forget the fuck all I did with it. And I'm not talking about the space golf. I'm talking about the shitty golf that was on my desk and the Terry overlay, which will be back eventually. I'm just because I'm about to end stream and it's unlikely. Part of the reason Terry's not up right now is because I'm trying to be fucking boring. For obvious reasons. Anyone who fucking knows. And, I don't know if you guys... I didn't mention it, and obviously I'm not ever going to mention it. I'm going to mention it now because stream's over, but there was more bullshit from the same people earlier. If you were paying attention, you've seen it, but it was, I can't believe I got fucking... I can't believe I let these fucking idiots get me banned on Twitch. For the Listen, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't... I cannot explain. Because I don't understand. Because I truly don't fucking understand. It's weird. If I was to guess, the real reason is because they were shitposting stupid shit in YouTube chat and I banned them. No, I can't go into detail on anything, but I want you to know I have everything. I have everything saved, everything documented, and I have receipts for everything. And I would trust me when I say this. I know way more than they possibly could imagine, and that's all I'm gonna say. And that's fine if they hear it and they actually realize that, like, oh, he's just fucking bluffing. He's just flexing or whatever, talking shit. It's like, Yeah, well, the problem is with the Twitch ban is I kinda did do it though. The thing I kinda did it is the problem. Sort of. Though I would argue that I only partially did it, but the yeah, well, the thing is I did do it, but also at the same time, I didn't dox the person who reported me. Don't ask me how I know that. You'll find out in like 6 months to a year to 15 years. I don't know fucking how long, whenever the fuck video comes out. If it comes out. But I didn't dox the guy that that reported me. That I know pretty solidly. Balanos, nice. I guess all I have to say for you guys is I want you guys to right now really, really be careful with what you put online. Like, seriously. Spooky. How far, like, even a tiny bit of information goes. Like, you don't realize how important small bits of information are until you're on the other side of, like, a fucking manhunt. But it's fun. Everything will be made. Everything will be made clear in like 6 months to a year, or when I decide to gloat when he's either or in prison. Yes, I censored the word. When I make games. Because for these people, those are like what's gonna happen. This is not me saying it. This is just, you know, like when you like see these like people doing like tricks down a fucking mountain or whatever the fuck, and they're gonna die, or they're gonna like hurt somebody and end up in prison or fucking injured for life. It's like that, you know. You can only live like these people live for so long before you either end up in prison or somebody does something crazy. Which is part of the reason, like, it's taken a few weeks to, like, get over the bullshit. But, like, it made me realize that, like, even though I am a fucking idiot and I let the fucking special needs kids get me fucking banned and rage bait me into getting banned, I know that there isn't like 5 million people that want to see them like burn. Because I would love to say that I'm the only person that hates these fucking guys, but I'm not. I'm fucking far from the first. But see, the difference though, at least for me, is that even if I was anonymous, or I am, or I'm not, you know, whatever the fuck, like, I don't really do anything. Like, I don't, outside of this, well, outside of, sorry, there's, outside of the past 2 months, Jesus Christ, what has happened the past 2 months? I've not really done anything, or don't really do anything to piss people off, outside of, like the worst thing I do is maybe I'll call somebody a retard, that's it. Maybe. Or, like, we have arguments with people. And, like, last time I checked, Mike's not gonna come to my house and fuck me or something. And that's the only person I really argue with. It's fucking Mike. But he's like an Xbox idiot, so like, you know, what's he gonna do? Like, you know, turn his Xbox off and come and beat me up? Like, no. Man's got like 500,000 gamer score or something. And I wish I was kidding. He's like over 100K. Fucking crazy. Could you imagine having... I don't know. Once I get some more information, or actually, this will either happen, either more information or time will determine like my actions going forward. Because I don't want to make the CoffeeZilla style video just right now when there's like shit in motion, you know? Probably not supposed to. Oh, yeah, I'm talking about stuff I'm not supposed to within this fucking stream. And again, even if I was to release fucking everything I fucking know, it would change nothing about the stuff that I want to have done. Now, I'm the reason I'm like keeping everything close to the fucking chest is because I don't want to ask for more fucking, you know. I don't want to like accelerate stuff. Which is part of the reason why I'm talking about it right now at the end of the fucking stream. I'm ending in less than 10. Western glitch. Okay, Western glitch. Okay. Mouse charge. His mouse is charged. Nice. Regardless, though, mark your calendars 6 months from now. 6 months from now. If I haven't heard more information, I'll release everything I know. Well, not uncensored, because I'm not looking to catch a ban for fucking doxing, but like... Well, I mean, listen. Now that you say that, it's actually the in-stream announcement that we do have a fund starting right now. Every dollar spent, a sizable portion of it will go to a holiday trip to France. We will go shit in the streets like a true Frenchman. We will go piss on the tower. And then I'll never want to leave my house again because, listen, I've had friends that went to France and they were like, it is not what you, whatever you expect, it's worse than you could possibly expect. Oh, there's no fucking way. Hi, Precious. You know, you're good. Oh, kid, I'm not telling you to get up. Lay down. Lay back down. Yeah, I had some friends that went to Paris, and they were like, it's... they were just... They're not happy about, her experience, like you can say. Well, they had a good time, but they had, that's not a accurate way. They didn't expect what they didn't expect it to be so. I don't even know what the word they described. Now, to be fair, maybe they just had like disillusioned. I think that's the right word. But to be fair, maybe they were just bitter because they just spent like before they went to France, they spent some time in New York as their first time in New York, and then went to Paris and hung out for a bit. And it's like, now listen, I've never been to New York, but I've got plenty of friends that live there. And it's the same. Yeah, I mean, at least. So, yeah. The takeaway, though, is that no, Twitch, I did not leak the person who reported me's private information. Go fuck yourself, okay? That's the fucked up part. That's the fucked up part, actually. The most fucked up part. Though, hopefully, because hopefully it's clear in the appeal and the person that looks at it that at the very least the name, without saying anything more, you guys, the regulars in chat, should actually, you might actually recognize the name. If you've been in my chat nonstop between Sandbox launch and now, the likelihood that you have seen that name before isn't zero. Before the fucking spurg out that I had that got me banned in the first place. Don't count that one. So like, you know, but that's not what's gonna fucking sink me though. Listen, oh god, this fucking whatever. It's fucking video time in 4 minutes. I will be back tomorrow sometime, probably late. Because my sleep schedule's fucked, because I've spent all my time fucking sleeping and watching anime and fucking watching shows and Googling and yeah, we'll be back tomorrow and I gotta remember to look at that fucking thing tomorrow. There's too much to fucking stuff. See you guys tomorrow. You know the drill. Same shit. We're back to normal. Back to normal. 14-hour anime sessions. Yeah, that's what you can call. You can call it that.